Good, sir. How you doing?
Good. Mr. Bob.
Hey,
You know what I meant. Yes.
Is my meeting working? Is this working? I'm trying to find it.
Is Highway 39 north or south of town?
what's that?
Highway 39, is it north or south? Okay.
Never mind. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Here we go.
Thank you.
Call a meeting to order. Everybody rise for the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Let us pray. Father God, we thank you for this evening. We thank you for this day of joys and blessings. We ask that you be with us and guide us in all we do tonight. Let our decisions be based on your wisdom. We ask this in Jesus' glorious name. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
All right, welcome to the October, what is the day?
14th.
14th. Yeah, yesterday was 13th. October 14th meeting of the Bourbon County Commission. We ask that you silence your phones, take any private conversations outside. Please keep the aisles and doorways open for safety. And again, welcome to the meeting. And we'll start off with identifying who we are and our position. I'm David Bierbauer. I am the chairman and District 2 Commissioner.
Micah Milburn Key, Commissioner, District 3.
Samuel Tran, I'm District 1 Commissioner.
Bob Johnson, County Councilor.
And
County Clerk Susan Walker.
and then all of you. And again, welcome. So we'll start with the first item on the agenda, approval of the agenda. Is there any additions?
I request we move Hall and Kinney underneath the comments, the public comments for on and off the agenda. That way, if somebody wants to comment on that up front, they can do that. I
Okay.
also request to add a tech discussion at the top of old business,
A what discussion?
technology.
Okay.
Who'd you want to move to section 7? I'm sorry.
Dustin Hall and
Dustin
Kenyon.
Hall, okay.
And then I would like to move the Bitcoin to the top of old business. We have quite the
Okay.
crowd here for that.
So my question on moving the Bitcoin, what's the intention of having that conversation tonight?
The large
Public,
crowd.
so public comments.
We'll have some with public comments, and then we tabled the moratorium that I passed around last week.
Okay.
And sent copies to you two, so
Okay.
that we could have that discussion tonight.
Okay, that's what we're gonna discuss tonight, because we have the owner showing up on the 20th, next Monday.
Okay,
So that's, we're still on,
yeah,
I just wanna make sure,
yeah.
Okay.
I don't see that as a conflict.
so you wanna move Bitcoin mining to the top of old business?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
We do need a attorney-client to call Counsel Billenberg at 5:40, if you could move that to discuss
okay.
pending litigation.
So we could do that under,
Approval of minutes.
yeah.
Okay.
Before
He
the
has
first.
another meeting at 6, so I
Okay.
told him we would try to
Okay.
call him at 5:40.
You better move it to later, because they don't talk a long time.
Do what?
I said you better move it to earlier, because I'm gonna talk a long time on 3.
Okay, well, that'll be during
On item three?
the public
Minutes.
discussion, so.
Oh, okay.
All right, see, I had, add there at, just either above or below law enforcement resolution, enterprise vehicle leasing.
Okay.
We'll do it above. And I also need an executive session. It can be at the at the bottom of it, of the executive sessions, and this will be for security measures.
Okay. I move we approve the agenda as amended.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, so then first up is approval of minutes.
I move we send the minutes back. I did some extensive spot auditing and they failed in several places, so I move we send that back for edits. And we can bring them back next week.
We got all of them, all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 need to be edited.
I read through some of them.
I like the new format.
I noticed that the new format is repetitious in certain sectors. Like it repeats itself. I'm not sure why that is, but it is.
May I speak?
You have a comment, Madam
Yeah.
Clerk?
I do, thank you. I took the opportunity, because the meetings are so long, rather than them being verbatim, I am running it through a program called Copilot. And it gives you the option to do what is the basic summary. So that's why you see repetition, because you have the summary, and then you have the opportunity to put it in as a speaker. And so I just put in what speaker said those things, and then at the very bottom it has all the motions. So that's how it's done, and then it gives me the opportunity, as it pull out sections of, it'll voice recognize who these people are, and I can say, yes, that was Commissioner Schrain, or yes, that was Commissioner Beerbauer, and so I'm able to do it that way.
So, okay, so Copilot's the Google AI, if I remember right. All right.
Could we, and I allowed that discussion, but it was a motion, so there wasn't no second, so really, we shouldn't be
should be
having a
discussing.
discussion until, huh?
I have no issues with it if that Commissioner Milburn wants to do that.
So did you second?
I'll second.
Okay. And now, is there any other discussion regarding the minutes going back?
I'll go through them and send some edits to the clerk. I would just ask that they are, great attention be paid before they sent to us in the first place.
May I ask that, if you send it, can I see a copy of it? Because I want to see what you see. Make sense?
Sure.
All right,
That's
thank
a
you.
string meeting.
Yeah.
That's a string meeting when you do that. So
Oh,
it needs to happen
oh.
at this table.
Gotcha.
Or they have to go to you.
Okay.
So
I can
basically,
highlight what edits they are and just bring it.
That's
So
what
that's not a
yeah, that's what
problem.
I'm asking for. It's
Not a
just-
problem.
All right,
All
We
right.
can do that.
all right.
Okay. So we have a motion, we have a second, we've had discussion. So all those in favor
Aye.
and all those opposed? Aye. So, moving on.
I have a comment to make on the approvals, that's why I gave you the card.
Oh, is that what that is?
That's what
Okay.
that is, yeah.
All right. Michael Hoyt.
We got,
So is
Chair,
the
we
light
got 2
on,
minutes
Michael?
before we got
Okay.
called.
Hey, we got 2 minutes before that executive
It'll take me
session.
down to- It'll only take me 2 minutes.
2 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll bring my discussion back when Micah brings the revision.
Okay.
Commissioner Milburn brings her comments back, but I want you to pay particular attention. I'll just focus on my comment. That is not representative in the totality of what was said at that meeting. Now, I know the minutes are not intended to be verbatim, but they should not be deceptive and they should not be untruthful. And what first page of the first page of the minutes, what I said was not what was written down. And there was also other discussion from the table that is not reflected in that comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Thanks, sir.
And which meeting was that?
That's the very first one that was in the packet, so I think it was, what, 9:15?
Okay.
That's the first one.
Yeah, that was the first one, 9:15.
All right, so now, thank you. Let's move on to executive session pursuant to KS 7543-19B2 for consultation with an attorney for the public body of agency which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship. This will be for
15 minutes
15
include
minutes.
Myself and Jacob Billenberg, who's counselor for the county in certain litigation through KCAM.
Okay, we'll return back to session here at
Is that what you really want to say?
5:55.
Well, he's our attorney, but
All those,
no.
Okay,
So-
you said K-Camp, so.
so, motion,
Thank you, Michael.
Second.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
What did you say?
5:55, but when you throw K-Camp in there, it's a whole different connotation.
Tone does too, it doesn't matter.
Tone?
Tone does too.
It'll always be stern and
They asked for comments, and they all went back for, like, session, came back out and told everyone what they're gonna do. And it was over. Without disregard to the comment.
I felt the vibration. It's a crazy amount of power they got going out out there. So I'm just covering like what, if they have any comments, how you talking there. We're just getting a good feel for what's going on. Because I saw it in one of the commissioner transcripts. What? Bitcoin line. So little pins. Yeah. But no,
Let's talk about the weather, the library across the street,
It's crazy.
how sick your dog is or something.
Have you been out there, man? Have you seen it?
Not even, I guess the address was published in the paper.
Yeah.
They brought
Pretty
community
big.
to the county.
It's like an L-shaped building. It's essentially just like this.
Yeah.
And then they got fencing around. A couple of guys working there.
What's the address?
And it said they're asking for money from the county.
Because I wanna go out there.
It's 70th Street, Mapleton, Kansas. Yeah,
70th?
yeah, right in the fork. 70th Street, Mapleton, Kansas, 66755. And that's the facility. We were there. It was a little quiet, and then a couple of trucks pulled up, and what was it, like 2 or 3 guys working in the facility and stuff?
So this is not the generator and the gas trunk line, this is something else.
They're using the gas.
Yeah.
They are, using the trunk line?
You said they're leasing out the wells in the area, right? You said they're leasing out all the wells in the area?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not far for me.
And then they give like one gigantic generator, which is what causes the.
And what did he say, like the jet
That one we are,
plane,
unless you have.
taking off?
90
Your phone
decibels
is.
at idle.
When we went there, it was like
You get nothing.
80 at the place, and then Derek was nice enough to take me in the house, and it was like hovering around 60.
That was,
He said it was
that's long.
Yeah, so it was less than that for sure.
As you walked away from it, did it get louder?
No, but it did get louder as we like walked toward. Yeah, walked towards that. But then it was also over time. Like when I got there, because we were there for about 45 minutes an hour, it got louder as time went on. So they probably like ramped it up.
Or did they have 2 generators running?
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, just the one. Yeah, what's a big one? Industrial. Yeah, crazy. I felt the vibration was making me sick.
Yeah.
Like some certain vibrations, there's a study put out that it makes you feel kind of uneasy and like queasy.
Yep.
Yeah, it's weird.
So
I thought it might have been the heat
the
at first.
conversation is about the noise, but you also need to include the fact that they're tax evaders.
Are they?
Yeah, because they're generating electricity and then sending it to the trunk and not doing this for it.
Michael, they are not generating electricity.
They're not?
They are not hooked into the electric grid.
No, they're producing electricity for their own purposes, they're not hooked into our grid.
Right, but
So
he
they're
said
evading
they're
taxes is
producing,
what he's saying.
yeah, he said they're a taxpayer and they're producing.
No, I said they're evading taxes.
Evading taxes.
Oh, I didn't hear you right. Pardon me, sir.
He's using big words up here.
Well, Joe said to tone it down.
Gonna dumb it down for us, Michael.
Okay, evading taxes by generating electricity and by using the gas out of the well. They should be paying taxes on both.
So I talked to a guy in Kansas City about this, and he said, what an ordinance that you could pass is requiring them to shut off the generator at 6, and to compensate for that, they could charge a battery all day and run the operation on battery at night. Now, I don't know what kind of expense it would take to buy the generator to charge the battery. I think batteries are pretty expensive.
Well, then
Yeah, and we're talking a lot of power.
I
That's why
appreciate,
they can't afford to do it with electricity, which is running right by them.
Well, the
I
battery,
appreciate the thought, however, first of all, his wife is a nurse and works nights and needs to sleep during the day.
oh boy.
Okay.
Well, that won't work.
When I'm sitting on my back porch, which is on the opposite side of my house from where the sound is coming,
And a half mile away.
and trying to read a book,
I understand.
Yeah,
Well,
unfortunately,
so you can shut it off at night, but that's not, they need to find some way to,
Well,
to
and here's the deal,
make it quieter.
we live here for lifestyle,
Yeah,
Exactly.
and, so,
You should run for commission.
I think I might.
I doubt there's anyone here by accident.
Yeah,
So,
and I'm not,
and most of the people that are impacting our lifestyle do not live in Burton.
that's right.
No, exactly.
Well,
right.
these people don't. The people who wanted to put in on the lake didn't.
I guarantee you these people wouldn't wanna live next to it.
Yeah.
No way.
No way.
When you stand on his front porch, and that was like, it was just obvious to me right there. It's humming in your chest and it's hitting you in the ears, and I'm like, there's no question about where right and wrong is here. I mean, there's injury being done, is the bottom line. I mean, it's miserable. So that's
You know, I
something,
have
we'll have to
no,
find an avenue.
no problem with people making money.
Yeah.
Have at it. Do not do it on our backs.
Well, Dixie Chicks did a song, Take Me Away. I don't want to see a building standing tall on the horizon, you know, that was one of the lines. I grew up in a small town, I lived in the city for 25 years, and I just got sick of seeing and hearing
Yeah.
city sights and sounds, and I moved here.
Yeah. And now here you are.
I would be PO'd if this were crossed.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that very much.
Now, the thing is, how do you do it without incurring legal liability and lawsuits, unending lawsuits like, you know? And 10 years ago, the Anderson County people came down and said, here's how you keep wind and solar out, and we just ignored it.
So,
Now, there's no wind and solar in Anderson.
why is it that the Warriors lawsuits?
no, there shouldn't be, because that's their first assignment.
Well, I know you know about that.
19101A says the county commission
don't
is here
get
to
me
be
in the
sued
picture.
and sued.
Pay the bill.
You said what?
That's right.
Huh?
So
Be
who,
sued for trying to act on behalf of their constituents?
and,
Or
and,
sue on
and who
yourself, man.
elected this
Yeah.
county
And that's-
commission, and you
that's
paid
what they
their
should be doing.
salary?
Do you know what they're gonna be talking about, instead of moratorium about the big one? Because that's, of course, why it's a big budget topic.
Now, I've had a lot of people saying, we've got to have the economic development to pay taxes. There are some things that are more important than that.
Agreed.
Lifestyle,
Yep.
If you wanna live,
not much.
I think they have
Not
opportunities
much.
to maybe do some noise
Not
or.
much.
There's been no revenue from any of that. Come on, let's call,
They're getting
call it under
$100,000 a
this.
year.
They're going to be,
It's called pilot money, and they'll get that for 10 years.
So how about, they don't have a zoning, they don't have a noise ordinance for anything over now?
How much per year?
enough.
300,000.
Where is that
Because, like,
going?
I went there too.
County commission.
I don't see it on the, I don't see it on the budget.
And it felt like, yeah, it's like,
And then the
there's certain like
second thing
vibrations
is
that you
that
feel that make you feel
10
easy,
years,
uneasy,
They
and
turn
queasy.
around
Exactly, when I got out of the car. As soon as I got out of the car, it started, yeah.
That's crazy. See, I didn't have one.
It's,
And do you think so?
Except for after
which
10
makes perfect
years,
sense.
these things are gonna have to appreciate by how much and how much real tax are they gonna pay.
I've been
And
doing
who
a lot
owns
of
it
that
now?
making, it's like,
Who owns our final? They're probably in Germany.
They
or
played
something.
Oh, we smart, right?
yeah,
And if you're okay with all
There's a
of
family in
that,
my
have it
hometown
next
in
to
New
your
York that,
house,
like,
or not mine.
they got it
Well,
before it ever got big.
Well,
They
good.
sold it off,
I would be
and
happy
looked
for you
at
to have
that,
it
they
too.
made like
I looked at Neosho
$1 million
County's
something
budget,
off that, and they just never worked together.
and they give crazy $1 million.
Yeah.
Be smart.
We should have done that.
I was gonna
If we're getting
say,
all this money from turbines, where is it being spent?
I get more into it, it seems like gambling with extra steps.
initially went to the hospital.
Probably
Oh,
not,
joy,
but
yeah. You mean to the company that never brought a hospital?
Appreciate you, man.
And the school.
You mean, yeah, the company that never brought a hospital?
Right,
Yeah.
that's who it went to.
Yeah.
So no hospital.
In 2006, they had a pipeline that went across Kansas, and it was a Canadian company. Our illustrious legislators exempted them for 10 years, and they figured out they made a mistake and went to correct it, and the court said that horse is out the door.
Yeah.
And we lost out in $5 billion, billion. Politics and stuff.
Pipeline's underground.
yeah.
I can do that.
Hey, thanks, guys, appreciate you.
And I think they used eminent domain on that. one.
I'm sure they did.
Well, just like they're trying to get the Grain Belt Express. You know, 5-mile wide strip that starts up way over southeast Kansas, goes to northern Kansas, goes across the entire state, and all the way like to Illinois. So it's a mutual screw of multiple states, 5 miles wide, for power that might occur for somebody else to use. Gee whiz, what's wrong with that? Why, how isn't that progress? How many millions of acres lost?
Well, I'm seeing, this is what I'm seeing now where I'm at. Talk about acres is a lot. All you have to do is look out around me, the majority of the acreage of land that's lost out there is out of state deer land. They didn't buy, there's a big section of land out here.
Yep, but they're not putting in Bitcoin.
That's what we're looking for, that's a perfect video right there for the story.
It's not in
They're not bothering you.
How's that, yeah, how's that lost?
Well, the thing of it is I was up there.
I'm going back to the station, I think they want me to do a live, like,
That's how it affects me.
recap
You
of
have
the
what out
station,
there?
so,
Bullet holes.
our
Oh,
anchor will
I live in that
say,
station,
oh yeah,
that's why I'm here.
reporter Jake
I
was
don't
out
have
here
any
today,
bullet holes.
here's what we found.
Which station?
KSN,
Yeah,
and then KME.
The old
Yeah.
bar.
I don't
You
know
know
which
what?
is going
You
on
can use
quite
the
yet,
theory of
which
everybody
side
else
on
in
the
this
10, but
town. You should
I know
sue.
I'm probably gonna write something,
If you can,
and then just
you got them in bid.
put it out there. But,
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
it's
I mean, I'm
cameras
gonna
on
put
it,
everything,
too.
the
Well, it's like anything, out where we
vibration,
live, it's, there's
She
bullet and
answers everything
everything.
around here.
There's a
I
bullet
would have
hole
found
and
it if I didn't
everything.
check the logs
And if you,
from the last
you know,
week.
people, if they live in progress, I was really.
I've been taking notes for the entire day.
And one day, I think they had,
I'm
this
gonna
was
test these.
57 loads went by my house.
These guys, all week long.
And I don't have any money, right, you want? I mean, they're getting.
Yeah, I like you having dust in your house, she has the same thing going on.
We
She
got
lives right
bone
next to
gravel,
the-
so we're gonna have.
The state statutes,
Yeah, I'm not,
they have
yeah,
to
you're more tolerant than I am.
The people that they are in charge of are
Yeah, I left it about age 21.
their budgets, they have
Yeah.
charge of the budgets. But they give the budgets to the elected officials to decide how they're going to spend.
And our philosophy out there is
Yeah.
It's a no-win, no-win. However,
if you don't like
the state tells you how much money you have to give to
I
certain.
mean, that's, you're gonna have gravel on the budget.
I live on a gravel
They say
road, I
you
just
can't
moved
give
my,
less than you give
when we
last
built our
year. And they
house,
say that
eighth
in
of a
their
mile away, so I
statute.
didn't have it all
So
over
when
the
they're
house.
looking at the budget,
But yeah, I mean, it's
they have
dust
to
city
decide,
out there.
okay, you
And
have to
you
give
can
them
tell
what you gave
people who
last
are
year.
morons versus those who aren't, they slow down and they're asking somebody to drive
And
back.
then the people are elected, if they choose not to do their job, or they choose not to do their job, they would have to do it.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's what we
That's what he's
do.
talking about.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, we all do.
And then our nice neighbors just slow down when I'm out
For
walking
not
the
doing
dog.
what they've asked us to do.
So it always falls on them, essentially.
Oh my God, they go blasting past us.
There you go.
They have more
They could do
cows out
another
there out in the
If more neighbors were just more neighborly, we wouldn't be sitting here right now.
I don't care what you say up there, it's called somebody.
Disagrees.
Yeah. What do you think about what's going on with the SNAP stuff and the governor?
The SNAP program.
Uh-huh, but why is she withholding
Thankless job,
that
what?
information?
People gotta do it.
Somebody's gotta do it.
Yeah.
I like my privacy too.
Yeah.
And then we get every time you turn around, they want your.
Okay, I haven't thought about it from that angle.
Well,
Well, I hope that
But
people
more
union
importantly,
understand.
they're trying to make sure that
Yeah, I like that.
federal
People
tax
more
dollars
reasonable.
are
Even
being
like,
spent
I
on.
got 25. People my age are,
what do you think
I think, a little bit more reasonable, and we can always get painted out for.
Yes, they yell out our farm.
A lot of people are more reasonable in person.
I'm all for it,
People that come
for
across, even back up north.
They've been getting screwed for years.
Everyone was, people are willing to have a conversation. Everyone just gets, well, they need to pull their jets sometimes, but everyone gets scared of that. That's why.
If we do away with.
Yeah, but it's going to help farmers who are feeding us, not people who are sitting on their butts doing nothing.
On social media.
Oh, yeah. It ain't been the case. That's, yeah, I don't really use it, that's why I don't use it that much, except for like work stuff, you know, if I post up a story, but I don't, not anymore. I did it for a while, to your point, whatever I did, just be negativity. I was like, yeah,
Well, good for
I
her.
don't know.
And she got.
Doesn't really make me feel good so
Well,
much.
good for her. I think that's great.
People who do it, great. People who don't, especially when I put in a lot of work into something. The people that,
She's the first one.
you know.
I believe in integrity.
I'm not criticizing people for getting government money. I'm just criticizing them for getting it for doing nothing. That's my point.
Yeah.
And certainly don't take the money.
Agree on that.
Ooh, good thing they're wrapped.
What was it? Cheap.
I move the return to session.
Second.
No action.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, so we are going to go into executive session pursuant to.
Let's skip that one.
Skip that one? Okay, pursuant to KSA 754319, B12, to discuss matters related to security measures if the discussion of such matters at an open meeting would jeopardize such security. Be the three commissioners and council. We would do it for 5 minutes and return here at 6:02.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Put back on the camera.
Was he out there?
Yeah. How long does y'all know how long these things usually go for?
You want an average?
About 4.5 to 5 minutes. Actually,
This guy's did a good job.
She's gone as late as 10:15.
Yeah, average is now probably about an hour and 45.
oh, okay.
Hence why I run the minutes through
Yeah.
a transcriber.
That makes sense.
How you doing back there? I'm here.
You say it's not the computer that's committing the sin.
Probably smelled burnt rubber.
I shall remain silent.
You know, the other thing is they're out of sequence.
Huh?
They're out of sequence. That
Oh,
also
yeah.
confuses her.
It's just going through and saying, these are the things that were discussed, okay? They're not keeping it in sequence. The motions are in sequence.
The
motions at the
are
very
not
end.
the people that speak.
So, if you go down to the very bottom where the motions are, they're all in sequence order of how they happen.
Do you tape the meetings?
I take what's on YouTube and I just take that link and push it into this software. And then it can produce a full transcript, but it was 145 pages long.
But in your letter, you said you're gonna produce the co-pilot. version, and you're also going to keep the detailed version?
I could, I told them I could, if
I
that's
was
what
just
they
reading
would,
your letter.
if they would like to provide that.
Well, you know what I'd rather really have? If I had, I'd like to have a resolution that made YouTube our official minutes.
I would love that.
It was not.
And YouTube doesn't have a great transcriber because we've tried it, but when you have a meeting that's 5 hours long, it takes my people 8 hours to do the minutes. Because you have to sit there and listen to everything and then try and figure out who the speaker is. So it's a waste of time. This would at least get it in a format that's, here's the things that were talked about, here's what the motions that were made, those are the most important things.
But if you would adopt YouTube as your official minutes, then all you have to do is quote a timestamp.
Thank you. Wouldn't that be great?
Wouldn't that be great?
Mm-hmm. And then I would still go ahead and record the motions.
You can still keep,
Yeah.
do your co-pilot thing, whatever. But it needs to be representative of the totality of what was spoken, and it's not.
Yeah, but that's kind of hard to get all the speakers, because you know why? We have everybody talking over each other.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we're gonna see, I put a
Why do you
microphone,
suppose we have difficulty hearing?
I put a microphone in the middle of the table tonight, so we're gonna see how that works, because it should pick up each speaker.
It's a good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very hard to do the minutes, the way that our meetings are done.
Have you gotten any room now for storage? Has that worked out at all?
No, I came in one weekend and cleaned the room
Oh, well, good for you.
significantly,
What?
significantly, and I can at least walk in it now,
It's been loud.
whereas I couldn't. That was
So
my
we're not
option.
making any rooms to make any changes?
I think it would definitely help if the price was a little bit generator.
What?
I mean, it wasn't little,
Once they get,
you know, that generator.
the trailer ready for the 6th judicial.
Are they still working on the trailer?
Yeah.
So I
They have to
don't
get,
know.
I think another, do you have to put more bathrooms back there or something? Susan?
It was loud.
You have to get the trailer ready for the 6th judicial, do they have to put more bathrooms back there or is there a
No,
bathroom?
there's 2 in there.
Oh, that should be all they need.
You know?
The he and the she?
Right, but I don't think
Yeah, it could be.
people realize
Could they both just
It
be?
just is
Yeah.
unnecessary.
they fail to start paying taxes after
Like
10
Carl
It's
years.
handicap
said,
accessible, it's, everywhere. It's handicap accessible.
You can go take them down. That'd be
We
expensive.
have, what, less than 3 months, and we're gonna be 5,
Mm-hmm.
so we might wanna.
Probably couldn't do it that
I do not have.
Game on. Jill.
I move we return to session, no action.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, so next up, consent agenda. Approval of October 10th, 2025 accounts payable totaling $161,009.81.
I wouldn't mind if we changed the way we did this consent agenda with this AP and then payroll as well. For one, payroll goes out before it even comes across our desk, so what is the purpose of us doing that? And really, the directors of each department are the ones that approve those payrolls, because they are the ones that know that the hours are in there, so I'm not exactly fond of the way we do this right now.
Kind of like where we was on the
Culverts?
culverts, was doing
Yeah.
things from behind and
I
rather,
think we need to
rather
look at
than
a little,
forward, so.
little change there,
yeah.
so. There's that.
Well, this is accounts payable, which actually, these are the ones I signed tonight if we approve them, so.
Yeah, you know, I wouldn't mind approving the commission's expenses, or even the departments that answer to the commission, after they've approved them. But all the others, what authority do you have to do anything? You're just stamping it.
Yeah.
So, like I said, I'd just rather we change the
On
way we do
accounts
this.
Well, you have
payable,
to,
or-
I mean, as a commission, you have to approve all expenditures at some point.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I get what you're saying, but there has to be some,
Oversight?
There has to be some system of you signing off.
I didn't see a problem. I mean, I understand what she's saying about on the payroll. But again, I mean, that's just, we're just going through a formality of proving what's already been approved by supervisors. But on the accounts payable, even though it's been approved, we still haven't paid it. I mean, I'm looking at the checks for accounts payable, so until we make that final approval, they're not approved.
Well, I think I agree with you, but I mean, you have to have some system where you approve all expenditures because nobody else has the authority to approve them except
Right.
you three. I mean, is that,
On payroll, there's an exception to the law, the cash basis law. If you go read it, it's in chapter 10, I think. And it allows for payroll, you basically, once you give it in the beginning of the year, it allows for you to approve payroll after the fact because it's not reasonable for you to be able to approve it ahead of time. You would have to have meetings before your pay periods.
well, I don't think they're saying that. I think they're just,
It's sent to them on Wednesday, the day that we do payroll.
Oh.
So they have that ability to review the payroll before it gets to Monday night.
all I'm saying is at some point you have to approve it because you're the ultimate authority.
Mhm.
But I mean, Susan's right. I mean, it's a logistical thing,
Yeah,
but at some point you have to approve the payroll.
right. So, I move that, I mean, I don't see us changing it from its current system. And so I move that we approve accounts payable for October 10th, 2025 totaling $161,009.81.
Second.
And all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and also approval of tax corrections. I move that we approve tax corrections.
We need to go back to the other one first.
We already went to it.
No, we said aye, we didn't have a nay.
I didn't have, oh, do we have, okay, all those opposed?
Aye.
Okay. I just thought I heard it, so never mind. I jumped the gun. Okay, so I move we approve the tax corrections.
Please explain the tax corrections.
Do you want me to explain it?
Yes, please. I did not bring my computer or a copy of that.
Tax corrections can't always be listed out, so what gets approved is in a listing, and you're more than welcome to look at them ahead of time. But these are if somebody has a change in property, they have an appeal, but I can't always disclose everything that's on those tax corrections. Those are started with the appraiser's office, they move to the clerk's office, they're approved by the commission, and then they move to the treasurer's office.
We'll definitely want a copy of tax corrections that we're approving.
Those are not something that can leave this building. So that would be a Bob question. That has personal identifiable information on it.
Can you redact those?
Sure. They can be redacted, or you guys can come in and look at them. Either one. Can't they? I mean,
Yeah, it just will take time.
yeah, I get it.
When you're done, I'd like to see him, Commissioner. Thanks, sir.
Most of the tax issues come with the appeal of the appraisals generally. So you have people that appeal their appraised values, they have a hearing with your appraiser. Sometimes they get an adjustment, sometimes they don't. That can be appealed further on, but,
Or it's a clerical error.
yeah. Yeah, that doesn't happen too much, no. So most of the tax corrections are something that your appraiser takes care of as a general rule.
I have no issues with it, sir.
Okay, thank you. So I move that we approve the tax corrections.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We all three said it that time. All right, next up is Public comments not on the agenda. We did not have any, so, or public comments on items on the agenda. You're done? Okay. So then we'll start with Dustin Hall and Kenny Allen on trailer reconsideration. Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
Good evening. First of all, we got.
All right, we sent out a packet. So after we was approved last week for the purchase of a used trailer, we started making some phone calls. And with Sourcewell pricing, we can buy a new trailer for $8,000 more than what we was approved to buy a used trailer for. So we're coming back with you in the hopes that we can buy a new trailer off of Sourcewell for $93,000 instead of the $85,000 that we was approved for last week. There will be an additional $2,500 in shipping cost, but the trailer's ready on the ground. And I'd have to look at the sheet we're at, but in Ohio, in Randolph, Ohio, it's on the ground. They'll ship it to us from there.
Dustin, may I ask you the same questions as last week?
Yes.
Is this within your budget?
Yes.
Okay.
We are good there. We just wanted to be transparent and open with you guys on what we found, and
We didn't think we could find a new one for that.
yeah.
Well, I'm
They
glad you
were
kept
100
looking.
120,000.
And I'm glad you were humble enough to come back and say, hey,
Yeah.
We were
we
ahead of
found
our
a better deal.
skis.
Yes. So I move we approve the request
It has
of
a
Kenny and
2-year,
Dustin.
100% warranty.
Okay,
too.
do you have any questions before we, so,
I wasn't here last week.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
so I mean, will you move to approve it? I'll second, now discussion.
Thank you.
All right.
Hey, so it's all aluminum?
It's all aluminum, yes,
So
sir.
this has the same rating as the steel?
Yes. It's actually the exact same trailers that we use right now.
Okay.
We have two East Genesis trailers, same length, same height. We have a hydraulic leak that's formed on the bottom of one that's really bad. And in order to fix it, we got to pull it out of service. Well, we needed a third trailer because of the amount of trash that we're taking in anyways. So we're going to hopefully purchase this, take the other one out of service long enough to get it fixed, and then we'll have three in rotation. That way it'll ease the pain of the landfill a little bit.
Perfect, perfect. All right. That was all I wanted.
So versus the new versus the old, is there warranties or anything that comes with
There's a
it?
2-year, 100%
Yeah.
warranty on the new.
Everything but tires and lights.
Okay.
I think the light bulbs or something like that was.
Okay, all right,
I'm good with this.
all right, so we have a move, a second, discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you, guys.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Do you have anything else for us while we're here?
Yes.
Okay.
So somebody called me from Uniontown.
Mm-hmm.
Man, they were really happy with you guys in that paved road, so thank you very much.
Thank
Whole
you.
team, good job.
Excellent.
Appreciate
It
everything
turned
you
out
guys are
very
doing.
good.
So, all right,
All right.
please pass that on.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
You want
I brought mine.
Okay. I knew we sent them, I just didn't know that everybody got one.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, gentlemen. All right, next up, was it tech discussion that ended up at the
Oh,
top?
I think we were gonna move the Bitcoin.
Okay,
to the top of old
Bitcoin, all right,
business, yeah.
so Bitcoin mining discussion. Last week, I passed out resolutions for a moratorium to temporarily halt operations until we as a commission can better understand. Did you guys still got copies of all that?
Yeah.
So, the only thing that I didn't put in the moratorium that I needed to get some clarification on was enforcement.
Well, if you have a moratorium and somebody violates it, then you have the ability to file an injunctive relief through the court. I mean, I've never had anybody try to violate a moratorium.
Right.
It really deals with new issues. You know, the ongoing that you have now, you can't really go back and say there's a moratorium, so this would deal with new issues as a general rule.
Okay.
And the idea is that you do that, and your planning commission would then convene to try to adopt some rules that deal with those.
Okay.
You're within your bounds to do it if you'd like.
Right. I thought it would, because it had happened in other counties where, you know, the county wasn't aware that this action was going on, and once, you know, so they did the moratorium to stop it so they could look into it. I didn't understand that.
Well, we can look into that, but as a general rule, you can't after the fact.
But you can stop the growth for now.
Yeah,
Do you want to read his?
Yeah, I read it.
Is it good?
Yeah, I think.
The way it's written?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so, and then what about a noise resolution if we were to go down that road?
I think I'm sorry, go ahead.
Would that affect them as well? I mean,
You're getting into areas of legal advice,
okay,
and generally speaking, most attorneys don't give legal advice in an open meeting. But, I mean, there are things and ways to control noise. It's usually under a nuisance type of law, and that's kind of a whole different analysis than this. But if you want to enact the moratorium, then that would be going forward. There are perhaps some ways to go backwards, but that's much, much more difficult. The idea of
Okay.
moratorium is generally to allow your zoning or planning commission to come up with rules and regulations to monitor what your
okay.
So would
issue is.
the county want to do some data collection and find out what the decibels are right now to say not to exceed the current decibel?
I think that would certainly be something your planning commission will want to do.
Okay.
I
Okay.
mean, we have a lot of data. I've received some from people, data on that. I don't know if they're here or not. Yeah, so, I mean, I know there's been some measurements taken and all of that.
All right, well,
Bob, can I move your microphone over for you?
I don't like being,
You need to be heard, so we can hold it against you.
yeah.
all right.
If I may, just not allowing it to get louder is really not helpful. I mean, the moratorium is, but if we're gonna do something from a noise standpoint, not allowing it to get louder than it is kind of like the horse already out of the barn.
All right, yeah, okay, let's,
Sorry, I'm
Not
Yeah.
out of
that,
order.
it's, no, it's not that. It's like, I want you to speak, Jill. I want you to be heard, not just by the people in the room.
You wanna
but the
come up
people.
here?
So, you know, but that's up to the chair. I don't mean to overstep the chair. That's the only thing I was gonna say.
I appreciate that, Sam, thank you.
You're welcome.
all right, would you identify yourself and?
Yes,
Okay.
can you hear me? My name is Jill Franklin, and I live a half mile from this installation. And I love that you guys, thank you for everything that you're doing. I just, from a noise ordinance standpoint, if we're gonna do anything, just saying they can't get any louder is not going to come anywhere near to solving the problem. It is untenable. Like, make you feel sick, untenable. And so, if we can go down that road, I think we talked last time about there was a noise ordinance that was project specific to, in 2020. If we could do something like that, that could say, look, you know, you can't go over, maybe that would help them to quiet it down. We've asked, they're basically, they're not doing anything to mitigate the sound. And if you look at it, it's a generator with an exhaust pipe that's like this long with no muffler, no anything on it. There's no effort being made. So that's just my 2 cents, and I want you to know I really, really appreciate you trying to do anything.
Yes.
Thank you.
I just think for emergent purposes, let's do what we can while we're data collecting, maybe look at your moratorium and then look at making sure nothing exceeds what it is right now, because it could get worse. And then we could work on the decibel going the opposite direction while that's happening.
Okay. And then my understanding is next week, we'll have somebody representing this company be here. So we'll definitely, talk about that subject with him as well. So then I move that we, go forward with the moratorium, as outlined by law, publication, and that, so.
Make that in resolution form.
Yes,
Okay.
And it'll need to be published.
yeah.
So you'll be able to find it. Thank you.
I second. I'd like to
Discussion?
discuss, yeah.
Okay, and you want discussion?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, you first.
Okay.
Further discussion?
I just want to make sure that you read this well and compared it to the KSAs that Mr. Bierbauer listed in this, and you're in agreement that it's,
It appears to be
okay,
appropriate.
appropriate, okay.
So, are you done? I'd like to have a discussion with the legal in open forum. I don't need advice, I just need a read. So I'm playing devil's advocate. Does the moratorium stop Evotech from currently doing what they're doing right now? Because they're already in place, they're already functioning. It does not stop them, it just stops future for them expanding, correct?
Them or anybody else until
Okay.
you guys adopt some regulations of some sort.
Okay. All right, that really answers a lot, because my thought on the whole thing is, this is not a new function, the way it's been explained to me, that this is the process of using a generator to produce electricity for Bitcoin mining is new. But the process of using a generator to extract natural gas to be sold at open market is not new. It is something that's happened in Bourbon County for the last, I don't know, half decade. 50 years. That's my understanding of it. So, again, there's a precedent that's been set, and I'm asking you this because if we do this, are we opening up the county for further litigation? I understand all the folks in the corner, I get that. I totally understand where you guys are coming from. But as commissioner, I have a fiduciary responsibility to my constituents and to the county as a whole. So I need to make sure that whatever we do up here does not have unintended consequences for the other 13,000 plus people in the county. Does that make sense? So please don't take it any other way other than I'm trying to be helpful. But I need to be very precise in how I speak.
There's always a chance for litigation.
Okay.
There's always a chance somebody will want to challenge something. As a general rule, though, your moratorium would certainly affect anybody from when you sign it going forward. The one that's already there, that's different. And I think that's why you all have a planning commission, that the planning commission can look at putting into place regulations, safeguards, requirements. That's a question that I can answer in 20 minutes probably, but that's your quick answer.
Okay.
There's no attorney out there that will tell you that there's not a chance of litigation, especially when you're dealing with big companies, big money. Other counties that I know of have Bitcoin mining,
Yeah.
and they have zoning though. You guys don't.
Right.
So that's kind of why you started the planning commission.
All right.
It might
So-
be kind of a process.
Yeah, and if I might add to this, this moratorium doesn't stop the
Correct.
purchase of natural,
Right.
the production of natural gas or any of that that's already in there. It is only directed towards cryptocurrency mining. So, it doesn't even matter whether they use a generator or not. Any new crypto mining coming into Bourbon County is is gonna be halted until, we can come up with, measures, conditional use or otherwise by our planning commission.
Most moratoriums in most counties that I'm aware of are put into place to allow the zoning board or planning commission, whatever it may
Right.
be, to put in place requirements and safeguards.
Yeah.
And that's, I think, what you're wanting to do.
Yeah, and that's what this is doing,
Yeah.
so, all right. So,
So how long is the moratorium for?
well, it is until we,
Until you repeal it.
yeah.
So there's no dead date?
Well, actually, I think it does say,
12 months.
12 months,
What
yeah.
paragraph is that, please?
Section 4, term. You want a copy?
No,
You
I
could-
have it right here, so.
You could always extend it, or you could.
Right.
You could
Well, we
cease
can
it
extend
earlier.
it or,
Right.
You can always repeal it
yeah,
earlier.
or terminate.
I've got a question if I can ask.
Please come up to the,
If there's, any of you here agree with what they're doing?
Sir, will you state your
Uh,
name?
David Raines.
Thank you.
Does any of you agree with what they're doing? I mean, as far as the noise level and stuff that's going on.
the noise level, I don't agree with it.
Okay.
But-
Why, in his opinion, are you afraid of a little litigation and it's easier to throw 10 families under the bus?
I'm not trying to do that.
Well, that's the way you sounded. You
not-
know,
that's-
I've got a friend that went through this in Vermont, and he said it is in your guys' house to do it.
Right.
And these
You got it
steps,
done.
these steps that we're doing right now is the process
Yeah, but I
in
don't-
doing it. You just,
know, you got a lawyer hired,
yeah.
you know, I mean, you shouldn't be afraid of litigation.
I'm not afraid of litigation,
Yeah.
by any means, if
That's
you,
what I'm
if you
getting at.
look,
It sounds
if you
like
look
it
at,
was. And, you know, you shouldn't be,
but,
you know, because that man ain't right. It's doing this. You know, you wouldn't want it in your front yard. I guarantee you he wouldn't. You wouldn't want it up here on Main Street.
and we're doing it by the, you know,
I know,
and the
but I'm
steps
just-
that we gotta do.
I took what he said, you know, we're a little bit afraid of the law, you know, and you can't be, because he's not right.
Well, I don't think they're afraid of the law. I think they're trying to follow the law.
Yeah.
And I'm not disagreeing with you, arguing with you, but their job is to follow the law. And when the one that came into place, that's the problem, there was no zoning, there was no, there was no standard, no structure. And now this group, who conceivably hasn't been here for a year combined hardly, they're trying to fix that and do a moratorium to allow the planning commission, which they've now put into place, to put in requirements.
I can understand that.
But, I don't think it would be wise counsel for any lawyer to say, let's be a cowboy and do something that we don't think we can do, so we're gonna get sued. That's just not, that wouldn't be a wise use of their
There
money.
is somewhere in the laws stating on your nuisance, you know, I've seen salt water running on the ground out there. Cause I own the ground right across from it.
Sure.
And, you know, there's a lot of things goes on that you don't know. You don't have a clue.
And I'm no expert in nuisance law, however, there are private remedies available, and I know that's expensive to people, but there are private remedies in nuisance law. If somebody comes in and does something next to you, as a private citizen, you can pursue nuisance issues. The problem with my client, who's the county, and trying to be a good steward of the money, they can't just say, oh, we think this is wrong, so we're gonna do something that I tell them they'll probably get sued on, then they're gonna get beat up all over because they're doing something and voluntarily getting sued. They're trying to follow the law. And I feel for you.
Well, I
But
don't
there
want you to-
there are private ways you can fight
I
this.
want you to follow the law, but I don't want you to be afraid of the law.
And I don't believe we are. And, I mean, we have to be good stewards of our taxpayers' money. So we're not just gonna jump into this blindly and throw something out there to without having, and the moratorium starts this.
But still,
So-
it just took me when he was saying
Okay,
litigation and
well,
of it, I don't like
Right,
that.
okay, I appreciate it.
Might I make a comment, please?
Oh, batteries.
Okay, sir, come on up.
All right. My name's John Franklin, and I live with Jill Franklin, a half mile down the road. And I guess what I see as the point here is that I think I've been over there and listened to this and feeling it in my chest. I think it'd be really easy to argue that it is doing harm to put up with that. I haven't looked into it, I just thought of it a few minutes ago, but I wonder, are there any kind of guidelines for how much racket a person's supposed to put up with in a healthy environment? I would think that that'd be maybe some OSHA regs somewhere, something somehow. Maybe that's the way to go, because I think it's great to do the moratorium, et cetera, to pursue that, that'd be great. But to me, I see this thing as if somebody parked a steamship across the street from him, and they won't let go of the horn. And they're not producing gas, they're using the gas to mine Bitcoin. And so that's just to clarify. But that's kind of my concern, is that the guy's being orally attacked nonstop 24/7. And if you were there on the front porch and you felt it in your chest and heard it with your ears, you'd certainly, I hope, think, okay, maybe anything I might suggest or someone else has suggested so far, maybe that won't work, but try to put your heads together and find something that would be worthwhile pursuing, just to save this guy from this, because it really is a mess. So, that's all I have.
All right,
Thank you, sir.
thank you. All right, so we're going to stop any more discussion and, what's that?
Somebody else have something?
No, okay. So we have a motion for this moratorium.
Can I say
Mr. Raines?
something? On that noise resolution, could you make it where they just can't pay a fine and just keep paying a fine? Make it where actions has to be taken if they just keep
Well,
skipping
they're
it?
not passing a noise resolution.
But they was talking about.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they talked about it.
That's an avenue we're pursuing, and we'll look at all the options that go along with that.
Like I said, I just don't want them to just keep paying a fine, just pay a fine, and keep doing what they're doing. There ought to be some actions taken.
Do you understand what they're about to pass?
Yes, I do. I do,
Okay.
and I'm very grateful.
Do you understand that the guy can still do what he's doing?
Yes, I know that. I know what a moratorium is.
Okay, so I just don't want you leaving here with a totally different
No,
expectation.
it's
Because you and I have
keeping from
spoken,
growing.
right?
Yes, yes.
So,
I reached out to, figured out the moratorium,
okay.
and yes, it keeps them from growing,
So when the planning commission comes into play, it's not gonna happen overnight. You're aware of that?
but this will keep them from growing.
Yes, sir. It will. It will keep them from growing.
So, yeah, yes, that's a big step.
While we figure some stuff out. Yeah.
Yes, that's a big
Okay.
step, and I appreciate it. I
All right,
really
thank
do.
you. All right, so have a motion, we have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Chairman, I do have a question. This is an in resolution form that is able to be signed and approved tonight.
I would-
So how do you want me to bring it back at the next meeting?
Yes,
Okay,
yes. And then we gotta publish it.
publish it, yes.
Let's go ahead and give it a resolution number
I don't
and,
have that right now. It's in my office, so I'd have to go pull my book and see what.
We'll
the
sign
next one
it,
is.
yeah.
On the same vein, permission to address the gallery, especially the people who came here.
What's that?
I'd like to have permission to address the gallery
Okay, on this issue?
on this issue.
Okay,
So next week, they're gonna be here. My recommendation is be here, okay?
So I was gonna be
All
here.
right, so just letting you guys know, all right? And then hopefully we can have please listen to what I'm saying, a civil conversation about what's happening. Because I definitely hear what you guys are saying. My thing right now is everybody has to have due process, okay? I agree with you, I don't have an issue with what you're saying, I got your back. But legally, I have to give people due process, okay?
Thank you.
So that moratorium, does it go in effect today?
No.
no, it'll go in effect after it's published in the paper.
And when will that be published?
Uh,
This week?
No, because we have to bring it back for signatures, or you guys can come in and sign it after I get it in a format.
I'll just come in tomorrow to sign.
We'll be ready tomorrow?
I can, can you send it to me in a Word document?
Yeah.
Digital format.
Otherwise I'll have to
Yeah,
redo it.
I'll send it
You
tonight.
guys can come in this week and sign it, Susan can take
Yeah.
care of it.
So then it'd go in the paper for Saturday?
When's the last day you can publish? Thursday?
No, I can do it, well, it depends on if the paper's reasonable, but sometimes they'll let me do it Friday morning.
So the worst case scenario, we'll have it published on Saturday.
Oh, yeah, it can't have it by Wednesday.
Perfect, thank you, thank you.
Okay, I'll send that tonight.
Mr.
So-
Bernard, I have a
Mr. Hoyt, yeah.
Do we have the right to, or impose code footprint, for lack of a better term, on this facility that this gentleman was describing to me as an L-shaped building, but we don't know what's going on inside? Do we have the authority to ask them what's going on? Are they tapping into more than one natural gas line? Well?
Do you want me to answer that? When I visited the site, I did go out to Mr. Rain's property. I did go out there when it was running. When you first drive up there, it looks like a two-story building. From the road, it looks just like a two-story industrial building. And it was clearly, there was noise coming. It's loud, but it's not like so loud where you and I couldn't talk, okay? So just give that. Because I was talking to the person who was with me, and we were having a conversation outside. It was just normal conversation. But we drove onto the property and went behind it. The minute we went behind it, it's noticeably louder, much louder. So my thing is, when I spoke to the owner, multiple gas lines go to one central location. That's where the hub of the original line is. That's why it's set there. It wasn't that the individual placed it there. It's whoever running Fox had ran all the gas lines to that one location. And that's where the old compressor generator was, so that's why they hooked it up.
So it was a false statement that we heard last meeting that they were tapping into one abandoned gas well. They're actually tapping into more than one.
It's the whole
abandoned
field.
gas well.
It's the whole field, is what I was told,
It
okay?
surrounds my whole,
Now,
my house.
yeah,
It surrounds, there's gas wells to the north of me that's being used, there's gas wells to the south of me being used, there's gas wells to the west being used, and as far as I know, there isn't. They talked to a guy to the east, but he turned them down. So they're surrounded.
So they're tax evading.
I can't answer that. I don't know.
I've talked with their appraiser on that, and he said that he can go out there but I haven't heard from him as far as what they have found on their assessment.
And Sam, you said you went out there, but you never stepped foot on our property.
No, sir, I was,
Cause that sound goes up, it gets louder as you go towards my house.
I agree with you, because when I went out there, the inversion was high. And when I was standing there, I was thinking about, it, I was like, when the inversion drops, this is gonna get much louder.
When the leaves
And what I
fall
mean
off
by
the
inversion
trees.
is the atmospheric pressure during the day, it rises, so the sound just goes up. And at night, when it gets colder or cooler, the sound comes down, so it traps the sound. So I knew that standing there in the evening was gonna get louder.
It's super loud in the evening and it's super loud in the morning. I mean, like I said, I've said it 100 times, you can hear the whoa inside the house. You know, you can feel it.
There is a
inside the
droning, he's
house.
right, there's a droning
Yeah.
there, so.
So does your resolution say sound or noise? Because there is a difference. You can look it up right there.
I don't,
Noise is unwanted sound.
Right,
Yeah.
I think it does say noise, doesn't it?
It says noise.
Have to wait
Okay,
till eBay.
let's move on. So next up is tech discussion.
thank you guys all for coming.
Thank you guys very much. We appreciate it.
I'm sorry I delivered it too late. I had a meeting with Adam, our lead technology at Stronghold. And they are making their way through the project that we are paying them to do. And they have identified the sheriff's office as a major problem. And they have us a quote here for hardware. They won't charge us for, they will not charge us for labor at all because it's included in their managed services. We just need the hardware to update the sheriff's office. They said that they are out of compliance and 3 years past due date for these upgrades for some switches. And so we do have a technology reserve that we could get funds from to pay for the hardware. But I will leave this with you guys so you can go over it for the week and we can talk about it next week.
Okay.
Any questions? Or you might have questions next week after you've had time to read it and go over it. Is that fine?
Yeah.
I'll make a copy, please.
Okay.
Any other questions for?
Not right now, sir. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So next week, we'll table that to next week?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I do have one question.
Go ahead.
This $11,333, that's the final?
Correct.
Okay.
I don't have a question regarding this, but regarding the tech, the director of EMS contacted me and said that they went down over the weekend and that it was hard getting somebody to get into the.
It wasn't necessarily over the weekend, it was Monday, a holiday, and that is correct. There was a larger downtime because the courthouse was closed and David was in Joplin and he had to make it back to open the courthouse to let them in to fix it. It was a battery backup.
So the UPS went down?
I don't know how to get into all the doors and he could give me his keys and I would just be lost
I
with keys.
understand that, so, and to me, that's not a fix. To me, it's like if you have a contractor that you trust with all of our data, at the very least, we should be able to give that
Give 'em
contractor a set of keys or.
access to the
Yeah,
building?
some type of
Okay.
credentials to get into the building to do what
Okay.
they need to do.
Okay,
Okay. So I agree with that,
okay.
because that way that alleviates that problem in the
Yeah.
future. So,
It'll be fine. And David had to hurry back from Joplin
Yes, sir.
from what
Oh,
he was
yes, ma'am.
doing. So
yeah.
I apologize to
All right.
David for that, but
So
I mean, I
do we
didn't
need
have
to make a
access, so-
motion to, or just a consensus that you get them?
You are the liaison.
Yeah.
okay,
I mean,
get him some
I'm
access.
good with that. I
Okay.
mean,
Yeah,
that falls under the purview. It's not a major issue, right?
right.
So,
No,
okay.
Okay. Next going, insurance update. Commissioner Milburn.
Since we had to move our meeting from Monday, the insurance company couldn't move it, so I went ahead and met with them about our rates. And I asked them to transcribe the meeting so I could give that to you, so let me.
I got a copy. I printed off of
I don't, oh,
Bob
from
sent
Bob?
me.
May I
Yeah.
see it? Did Bob have it, maybe? Oh, yeah. Okay. Commissioner Tran, copy of the meeting for you.
Thank you, ma'am.
The biggest talking points of this meeting is that we hit a loss ratio of 117%. So our rates are gonna be unaffordable on our current plans, and so they're working on some plans to allow us, the commission, to go over.
Okay.
And whenever they get them, I will make sure everybody gets those.
Okay. Is that this presentation here too?
Mm-mm, that's not valid because we can't afford it. So,
Set that over
So when can we expect them to come back with the plans?
I think they're working on it now. I wouldn't say it would be more than a week or so.
So probably in a couple of meetings, we'll probably have to
I
have
think
a
so.
work session.
I think so, yes.
And what's your feeling on this? What's your gut feeling? You spoke to them.
I think they're gonna build us additional plans to make sure everybody has something that's affordable.
117%.
Yes.
And we were at what, 95% prior to the budget meeting?
And that's not including September, they said. I think it would be worse.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Shall we put it on the meeting for the 27th?
Yeah.
Okay. And if we get information before then, we can move that.
So culverts? Culverts. I think we've been kicking this one down the road for a couple of weeks now.
I think that Public Works was working on a standard operating procedure for that.
They did,
Okay.
and they sent it to me, and I dropped the ball on that. I
Okay.
apologize.
Okay, so we can just bring that back next week?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Um, 190th Street Benefit District,
That's Bob.
he was working on that.
Where'd Bob go?
Let's take a 5-minute recess.
That's what Bob did.
I'm sorry?
The stuff that was handed out, can I make copies real quick?
This was handed out, and that, you can have that copy.
Okay, and then,
Sorry, I was talking
That
to
wasn't
your.
handed out, that was just theirs. That wasn't handed out. That's just their copy from Dawn.
okay,
With
but it was handed out on this table.
No, it wasn't.
Is that what you were doing?
No, I didn't hand that out.
Giving out free
Yeah, you
No,
just
I
lay
just-
it on the table.
Not in this meeting.
Before the meeting, you laid it on the table.
Dawn said that was not, I mean, I can recollect them. Dawn said that's not public. That's why I didn't discuss it or hand it out in the meeting. But that's the meeting
I
transcript,
don't
and that's,
know what you're talking about. I was talking to you about.
Insurance renewal stuff.
Oh, I was talking to your nuisance people.
I'm with KSM over in Joplin. I was just hoping to get, because I've got comment from them, just to
I'll collect
see
it back.
if I could maybe get you in for a quick.
did not do that during this meeting.
I don't know if we're gonna need
They're
this,
looking
but I
for
think
2
its battery's dead.
What's that?
Back to the station.
He
Oh,
asked
yeah,
me,
thank you.
I don't do interviews,
Yeah.
but you're more than welcome.
It's not anything hard hitting, I'm just looking for a better
Are you
scope.
gonna do
of stuff.
interviews?
What's that?
You gonna do interviews?
I don't know anything, but what would you like to talk about?
Just kind of get, well, I was actually hoping to get you in for you, because I know you had expressed a little bit of potential, what's the word? You'd kind of warned about the legal aspect of that, or like the repercussions. So I was hoping to kind of get your perspective on that, and then
Maybe-
just from a
Let's move them around.
perspective, I know they're coming in the week, so just get you to talk about that real quick. Appreciate it, sir.
And the reason I
There you go.
don't, because I don't give legal advice, for clients, it's confidential.
Yeah, I got you. Well, I wasn't gonna ask you about like.
I
work now?
know, but I just say for if I don't.
I'll have it right back. Appreciate it.
Okay. Now,
What kind of batteries it take?
double A, you carry some?
I have them in my office. Susan, do you have any double A's?
Yes, we need a pack of double A's in the middle of the table.
Check all these remotes around here.
Yeah, mouses usually take
I'll
double
bring
A's.
them in tomorrow.
Ah, there we
You can
go.
steal them from
There we
Peter
go.
Paypal.
Yep. Robbing Peter to play ball.
Yes. There you go.
I'll be the mic person in charge.
Thank you, Michael. Well, I guess I don't need the dead ones back. I'm just gonna put this up there.
But
Although it may take less battery to run this, so it may work, right?
I'll send over some of those high-powered ones. Those are all cheap batteries.
These are cheap. I'm not even sure the root.
Sam took a media break.
I don't do interviews, I don't comment on anything. I mean, that's fine if you want to. I mean, if you guys said, Bob, we want you to talk to them, I would. You guys are the clients, why would I do this?
Thank you, Michael.
Dispose of properly.
Thank you.
You're the new tech guy.
Yeah.
Pays well.
Maybe. Maybe.
Yeah, it was.
Sound like windmills and people complain about windmills. You know, who don't complain about windmills? People that have them on their property. Complain about windmills?
Only the
The
people.
people
that
next
don't
to
have
them.
them.
They stopped.
We had a
I'm
whole-
not saying it's right or wrong, but that's true.
That's usually the truth.
They listened to
You, I don't know if you were in touch then, but I mean, we filled that whole courtroom on the third floor to talk about windmills.
Yeah. Well, Neosho and Allen has them.
Yeah, Michael Burns.
I mean, it was a big deal. I wasn't representing them. They pay a pretty big pilot payment each year. Actually, Neosho gets like $1 million a year.
Did you go to that meeting that?
Allen only gets $250.
My property law professor at CSU, he was Troy Rule. He's published on the
I
topic.
think Neosho's windmills are pretty big compared to other counties. They're taller and bigger. I've got a farm south of Humboldt, and it's up on a hill. And actually, the windmills are a long ways from me, but at night, when they're all blinking at the same time, it's kind of,
Eerie.
it's probably tofu to say they're pretty, but it is, the lights are kind of pretty.
So Bob, did the subcontractors ever get paid?
In Allen? Yeah.
They got paid?
Yeah.
How'd they get paid?
I think the main company finally paid them. I know the rock company was the big one.
Yeah.
Nelson Clark.
Yeah, because, you know, those subs tried to file mechanics liens and the judge said,
Yeah. They may have got paid through the bonding company. I'm not sure. We ran into that over there last month on a landfill project that you guys take your stuff to. We had to open up a new cell. There were some sub issues, and we just contacted the bonding company and paid them that way, then took it out of the final payment. Yeah.
probably was the bonding
That's odd.
company that paid the sub.
Just an interview right in the middle of the
I don't
meeting.
Wasn't the county, I know that.
They'd already sold the documents once or twice.
Oh, really?
You want a copy of that?
You mean on the wind farm?
Yeah, they
Yeah.
sold the lease documents. Yeah.
I wasn't the county council, so I'm not that.
Yeah, you want a copy?
Yes, I would like that.
I'll get you.
Well, a lot of my clients had wind turbines on their property.
Oh, really?
I have to sign waivers, mortgage waivers, so I said,
Yeah.
I will sign this, but you know, if you come in and you want $100,000 to add to your cattle herd, I can't mortgage this property.
Yeah. So you had,
That was that insurance meeting. That's an extra.
what's that called in banking? Not indemnify, but subordinate. Subordinate, yeah, subordinate.
Subordinate our mortgage.
Yeah.
Leasing company, so we couldn't foreclose on that.
Yeah.
I took that booklet
You were
back
talking
that
about the
Don
lights
passed
that
out.
were pretty. As we go down Indian Road.
What's that?
we can see
I
it.
took that booklet back that Don passed out.
Oh,
We always lose some.
On Neosho? Neosho?
But
That's
we
why
heard,
they didn't pay.
I didn't, nobody told
They
me
couldn't
this
follow
to my face,
because.
but I heard that Etoka County had, and the commissioners had people come to them and ask them to have the company shut those off because it looked like aliens.
Oh, yeah.
I don't
The
think the
Neosho County wind farm was much more tenuous than the Allen County was. I mean, it was confrontational, and it was political. But Neosho County was much more so.
What's that?
Did they have a legal date, did they have a vote
Okay,
in?
thank you.
Neosho doesn't have one, but they still had to get a permit. They had to get
A
a
special use permit?
conditional
book
use
better.
or special use.
Where'd you order?
Was it eBay?
Yeah, whenever they come up cheap from the Goodwill, on eBay, I buy them.
Love eBay Goodwill
$5
books.
free shipping.
That's off of Goodwill.
Well, no, it's on eBay.
Oh, eBay, yeah.
Yeah,
They
but it's
came from
Goodwill
San
books
Diego Good.
on
Yeah.
It's
eBay.
$175 if you've got.
Well, I had to have one in law school. And it was
You're gonna get me
$100.
robbed. Don't tell
I
anybody
still
its
have- I
actual
still have
worth.
I have revision 12, which is the newest one.
It is little print.
I got a collection of books, but I don't have. I stopped doing law books when I got out of law enforcement.
Those are good to have.
Better hope we don't get a quarter on
'Cause they-
this.
you know, like
It'll eat up all
Kansas
the
stuff,
ink
they
we got
just
in the whole
keep-
building.
All you can do is
You gotta
use
stay up on the
ISBN number.
supplements.
There we go.
You gotta stay up on the supplements and stuff with a lot of the statutes and stuff like that, so I just kinda backed off of it.
Well, all the Latin terms are in there too, so some
Yeah,
of those that
that's a
you
good
hear
part.
that you don't know what they are.
Legal
they're in there.
lease,
Sua sponte.
legal lease.
What's the what's the one they're using now?
He'll be back.
Kumatara or whatever it is.
Posse comitatus.
Yeah, that one.
That's like non-sovereign citizen.
Yeah. That one you hear on the news every day now.
Is the,
You got a lot
since I'm
left.
not doing it, is the tax selling process over here?
Yes.
Is it?
Did you just offer to do it though?
No, but
Thought that's what I heard.
I do them, but I didn't offer to do yours.
Well, he hasn't offered to do it yet.
Yeah. Once it's caught up, it might not be so bad.
We do them every 2 years now. Isn't it?
Well, he's got 180 properties to do service on right now, so.
But he, that guy, he gets paid through the process, so it doesn't cost him anything. Which is good. I don't charge for it, I just do it because I like it.
Okay.
You believe me?
So you'll want to tune into the land bank meeting on Monday, because we're having an extensive review of quiet titles.
Oh, yeah.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah, just get a court order and it's the godsend.
Yep.
Court orders it, you're good to go.
And publish it 3 times in the newspaper.
Oh, yeah.
Well, where this 10-year stuff came in, I have no
Used to be
idea.
The title insurance company, it's what makes them feel comfortable.
Yeah, it's all based
Yeah.
on title insurance.
Yes.
Like sheriff sells the new commissioner, he spoke on this one day. I mean, you know, banks don't want to loan money on sheriff sell property.
Yeah, because there's no clear
Because
path to
you may
put
have
that.
because they have to do too much research on the title history. There's that 25-year deal that cleans it up.
He's up there with Channel 12.
Still?
Our problem with
Banks
most
would
of,
like to lend on it, but title companies don't like to insure it.
That's the problem, yeah. I tell them when I do a tax sale, I tell everybody, look, you're getting a sheriff's deed and you gotta do your own research and we're not guaranteeing you nothing. Of course, there's usually not high dollar properties.
They're gonna turn that into a 30-second clip and we're sitting in here for 15 minutes.
Well, I go to bed at 8:30, guys, so I gotta leave it. You think I'm kidding? I do.
What's left on your list?
I get up at 3:30 or 4, I go to bed about 8:30.
I'll call you.
I'll call you in the morning.
That's about the time I go to bed, about 3:30.
I've texted some of the commissioners about 4:30 in the morning.
I've done that too.
You go to bed at 3:30? No kidding. Not me.
Michael don't start work until noon.
Yeah. Yeah, Michael's emailed me at 1 in the morning.
My dog thinks I should go to bed at 9.
Yeah?
She starts barking at me.
He told me I needed to get more sleep.
Is it a little dog? So you have a big bossy dog. Wow.
Yeah, Michael emailed me one time after a meeting, and I got there early in the morning, and I said, well, you obviously need to get some more sleep.
She starts at 9 o'clock.
That's
and then
wild.
backs up to the bedroom and I don't move
Yes.
and she comes back in.
Oh my goodness. It's telling you it's
tired.
time for bed.
It's time for bed.
Cute.
Let's get this on the road.
I think the key
I I have answers to all the
Perfect. Love it. What are they, Bob? 190th Street,
The special district,
okay.
so I talked to, what's her name?
John?
Horn. I talked to their lawyer.
Oh, look.
Well, we can wait till we get.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, we returned from recess, so back in session.
Oh, man, I don't wanna be famous.
190th Street Benefit District was
Bob?
Oh,
the
so-
asphalting district.
Yeah, this was brought up 2 weeks ago, and I talked to John Horn, who was the original requesting person. I talked to his attorney, who's Bob Farmer, and we discussed some issues there. I also reached out, there's 4 landowners in that area, and I reached out to the Lipes, and they were gonna get a hold of the other 2 owners, because if you do it, all the owners have to agree. And you have to agree on a time frame for repayment, things like that. So I actually reached back out to the Lipes today, and they haven't heard back from the other 2 owners.
Okay.
But I would anticipate in the next week or so, I'll have some more information on that.
Okay. We'll put this on the 27th,
Okay.
or we can just move it. I mean,
May I ask a question about that?
Sure. Well, I don't know. Ask the chairman.
November
yes.
3rd, November 3rd.
Yes.
Can I ask a question?
I think that's working out.
So Bob, if the commission forms a benefit district and everybody agrees, but then they default, what's the remedies for the commission?
Generally, and benefit districts are kind of rare in rural Kansas, but they are done. I think the way they would work schematically is you add that cost to the tax.
So you just lien the property?
It's like a special, like
Okay.
a sewer, a curb and gutter. And then if they don't pay it, then you could foreclose on a tax sale. And
Okay.
since
So
that
it's-
area, I mean, all the homes, I drove out by there, I mean, they're pretty nice houses.
Nice houses, yeah.
So I don't think that's gonna be an issue.
So it is lienable?
Yeah, through
Okay.
tax sale.
All right, thank
Yeah.
you.
But we would want specific time frame for repayment, and if it's overtime, then I think the county can add in interest on that, because, you know, the reason you don't see it a lot is most people just hire a private company and do it. I mean, if the commission wants to do it, we can figure it out, it's just getting everybody on board.
So I would say that we should move this just on over to the November 3rd meeting. However, when I spoke to Michael the other day, he alerted me that typically on the Monday before the election, the commission meeting is moved because this room is utilized by election staff. So I would say that we would need to move that meeting to maybe October 30th or something. Our November 3rd meeting, move it to October 30th. I say 31st, but it's Halloween, nobody wants to do that.
Probably, just out of transparency, my mom's having surgery on the 4th, so I'll probably be here the last meeting of October rather than the first meeting.
So we can do our last meeting of October on the 30th. We just have 2 meetings that week, the 27th and the 30th. Would that be okay with you guys?
Whatever you all want to do, I just won't be
Say
here
that
on the
again,
3rd.
November what?
October 30th. We'd move November 3rd meeting to October 30th.
Oh,
And we would just have 2 meetings that week.
I'm fine with that.
Okay,
What
so,
day is that?
That's,
Thursday.
Monday and Thursday.
yep.
And please check with the county elections officer, don't quote me as making a decision not to have a meeting.
It's not necessary. We don't have to move the meeting.
Okay.
We don't need to move, you don't need this room?
Okay. I know the city is having their meeting on Tuesday, or Monday night because of the Tuesday election, so
So-
there would be a conflict there.
So you still want to do it on November 3rd?
30th? Oh, November 3rd?
Yeah.
Bob?
I'll just be here I won't be here the 3rd because she's
Okay, you'll
getting
come the 27th.
surgery in Kansas City, but I can be here the last
So we do
Monday
the
of
24th.
October. 27th, I think.
27th?
I could be here the 27th. I just can't be here November 3rd.
You're looking at the wrong one.
Let's do it then, let's do it
November.
27th.
Yeah, mid-October.
What's wrong with the 27th?
We're
Nothing.
talking this month.
Yeah.
October 27th.
Okay.
I'll just plan on coming
Okay,
to
so
that
no,
one, so-
no moving of the meeting. And so
Okay.
let's go ahead and put, let's put that on the 27th then, since that's when Bob will be here.
I wrote it down on 27.
Okay. Then Eagle, now we're moving on. Let's go ahead, Eagle Road is, I don't know, we were gonna get, Public Works was gonna talk to the engineer about doing an engineer study.
Haven't heard back. I
Haven't heard back?
Yeah.
Okay, I've heard from several residents that live on Eagle Road between 69 and Garland, and they don't wanna see it go up, so.
Just leave it alone.
Huh?
Just leave it alone?
I would be inclined to leave it at, the speed that it is, because they have a hard time coming out of their driveways and seeing people that are gonna be traveling 55 miles an hour can make it pretty dangerous for them. There's not very many residents that live along there, but, I think for their peace of mind, I wouldn't go on with the increase, so. I move that we leave the Eagle Road speed at the current posted speed and take no further action.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 95th and Unique, is that?
I think,
That's
I
done.
think that's
I
done.
thought we were
I
done
think
on
that.
that.
That was
That's
done.
Yeah.
So we can just
I don't know.
flip that.
It's gonna get
Okay.
picked up on next year. That they did
Maybe-
patch
Well,
it.
I think it just got moved on there, and then we ended up doing something with it anyway,
Right.
so just scratch it off.
Was there anything else you guys wanna talk about that before we scratch it? I mean, cause honestly, the last thing I remember about is, it's gonna get picked up on the asphalt plan for next year.
95th and Unique?
Wait, I'm thinking, no, I'm thinking something totally
No,
different.
no.
My bad.
We, that was, Mr. O'Hare.
This is the
Right.
driveway.
Right,
So I
right.
think
So
this
th-
was
we're
just
done.
tabled,
Yeah.
yeah,
Right.
indefinitely. That, so.
Okay. Crawl can agreement.
You all asked me to look at the agreement, which I have, and I reached out to Crawlcan and spoke to some lady down there, and they were gonna have their council call me back, and I haven't heard back. I think I called them last Thursday. The main thing was to get rid of the 3-year unilateral
Yeah,
termination.
so we can put that on 10/27.
Yeah, I'll just send them an email or a letter. I haven't heard back from them.
Okay.
Now, planning
It's just-
commission, I'm sorry, did you have a question on crawl can?
Yeah, on that one too, the other thing I'd like for council to look at is, cause it's like, the customer shall pay a termination charge that is equal to 50% of the current monthly bill for services terminated multiplied by the number of months or portions thereof remaining in the term of agreement. That was one of the biggest,
But if he gets rid of that term agreement, then that part would be
I hope that's part of it. That's,
gone with it.
Yeah.
cause I just think that's pretty onerous.
Yeah, I had to get my magnifying glass out to read.
Yeah, it was a fine, very fine print, so.
Very small.
Okay.
I'll give you guys an update.
Thanks, sir.
All right. Planning commission,
Yeah, I haven't reached out to him because it was my understanding that we didn't have a full commission yet.
yeah, well, I got word from one of my appointees for District 2 has stepped aside, prior commitment. I have found a replacement, and I'll introduce tonight Jason Yount. Will take on the 2-year spot for District 2.
So which one did you,
Brent Smith.
okay. Okay,
So now we have a full,
Now we have a full,
okay, so I'll reach out to them and see about setting the meeting up to get that
okay.
started.
I still haven't, I'll get you numbers.
Okay.
For my 2, I don't know if the others.
I gave Bob that stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, she gave me.
Is there
some.
need to be a formal motion of a different appointment?
Yeah, I think you need to
Okay.
take action on that.
Okay. So I move that we appoint Jason Yount to the Planning Commission and District 2 2-year slot
In Brent Smith's place?
in Brent Smith's place.
I second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Elevator. Going up.
Oh, just a moment, I'm sorry. David is still looking into the repair of this elevator. He has the company that we're contracted with, he's had their price for a very long time. He's used another company in the past and he's gotten a price from them, but the elevator is, it's branded and he knows how to reach out to the brand of the elevator. And so he's gonna actually reach out to the brand name that put the elevator in and ask them to come look as well. So let's just push this off till the November 3rd if we can.
Okay.
And if he gets information before that, then we can bring it in before that.
When do you push it off to?
November 3rd.
Okay. Letter of support for caravan. Do we have that letter of support?
I have one.
From Kansas Department of Transportation, or to Kansas Department of Transportation, from Bourbon County Commissioners, 10/14/25. Letter of support for Building Health, Inc.'s General Public Transportation. Did we approve this, didn't we? Already? No. No? Okay, so the letter is intended to demonstrate support for Building Health, Inc. application to the Kansas Department of Transportation for the operation of general public transportation. Building Health, Inc. is a nonprofit subsidiary of the Community Health Center of Southeast Kansas, a trusted partner in Southeast Kansas, and has demonstrated desire and ability to provide services across a large geographical and among a diverse population. They said, we are happy to support programs that will increase our residents' ability to access the goods, services, and community support as they need and desire. So that's the letter of support. I don't, have we had it, is there anybody here?
I would say we're
represent-
happy that they want to operate in our community, but what does support mean? What support are they asking us for?
Yeah.
I mean,
Like I say, I haven't heard, I talked with or seen any representative.
I think they spoke last week and
Were
what
here
they
last week?
said
Is that-
was
oh, okay.
they,
That's been a long,
right now, they need to sign this. They really need money. They need match money to get their grant, but they're gonna work on fundraising for that. But in the future, they would like match money, but I'm not ready to commit to anything like that. So,
No.
again,
the letter doesn't
support
commit
here-
us to any of that, so.
My question is, how many of these are in the county?
several.
Last I count, there was 5. I'm not saying that they're not worthy, that's not what I'm saying. I'm
Yeah.
just stating as a fact.
Yeah.
So do we want to give them support or not? Sure.
What kind of support?
Well, that's what I just,
I got it here, that's what I'm saying. It says we're happy to support programs. What, define support, please? Or change the wording? I don't,
Well, you're not, they're just asking for that so they can apply for grants. You're not saying you're gonna give them any money. I mean,
That's how I understand it
that's
with the
the way I
others
read
too.
it, you're right.
yeah,
okay.
You're basically the conduit to let them
okay.
apply for things. If they were asking for money, you have to specifically give
okay.
them money.
I move that
Okay.
I be allowed as the chair to sign letter of support for Building Health Inc. General Public Transportation with the Kansas Department of Transportation.
I think as long as you sign it legible.
I'm just gonna scribble.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I don't have a stamp yet.
Oh, gosh.
What did you want for Christmas, sir?
Okay, so next, meeting resolutions. Okay. So I have here a copy, rough draft of a resolution.
Is that what you sent us, or is this new?
I sent you bullet points and references.
The last time,
Yeah.
the last meeting?
Yeah.
So this one's even different?
This is
Oh,
an
man.
actual resolution.
I'll
So,
back different ones every time.
Without a number and without signature deal, but I'll go over it. A resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Bourbon County, Kansas, adopting rules of procedure for meetings, agendas, and conduct of meetings. Whereas the Board of County Commissioners, hereafter referred to as the Board, is responsible for the governance of Bourbon County, Kansas, and must conduct its meetings in an efficient, fair, and orderly manner. And whereas the Kansas Open Meeting Act, KSA 75-4317, requires that the meetings of public bodies be open to the public, and whereas the board finds it necessary to adopt a formal set of rules to govern and establish meeting agendas, the conduct of its meetings, and the public participation to ensure the orderly transaction of business. Now therefore it be resolved by the Board of County Commissioners of Bourbon County. There's a typographical there, I added too much. Section 1, adoption of parliamentary authority. The board hereby adopts the current edition of Robert's Rules of Order as the standard parliamentary authority for all of its meetings, except where such rules are inconsistent with Kansas law or these adopted procedures. Section 2, establishment of meeting agendas. The initial agenda for each meeting is set by the board at the end of each regular scheduled meeting. The county clerk shall prepare the agenda for all regular board meetings. Any county department, elected official, or commissioner may submit items for consideration on a regular meeting agenda. Such requests to include supporting documents must be submitted to the county clerk's office no later than 5 p.m. on the Wednesday before the next regular scheduled meeting. Item C, the board may the board chair may place emergency items on the agenda after the submission deadline, provided it is necessary for the board to take immediate action on the matter. Section 3, conduct of meetings. The regular scheduled meetings of the Board of County Commissioners, Bourbon County, are set for each Monday, starting at 5:30 p.m. and ending at 8:30 p.m. Meeting times can be adjusted by a majority vote of the board. B, all meetings shall be called to order by the board chair or vice chair. C, a quorum consisting of the majority of the commissioners must be present for the board to conduct official business. D, all motions require a second before discussion can begin. E, discussions will be directed by the chair, recognizing each speaker in turn. F, the board will follow the order of business as it appears on the approved agenda. Section 4, public participation. A portion of each regular meeting shall be reserved for public comment on items not on the agenda, which shall be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Any member of the public wishing to address the board at this time must have completed a card providing their name, address, phone number, and a brief description of the topic they wish to discuss. Members of the public who wish to address the board on an agenda item must be recognized by the chair before speaking. All persons attending a meeting shall behave in a respectful manner and shall not disrupt the proceedings of the board. The chair may direct law enforcement to remove anyone that disrupts the meeting. Section 5, amendment of procedures. These rules of procedure may be amended by the majority vote of the board through the adoption of a new or superseding resolution. Section 6, severability. If any section of this resolution is determined to be invalid, the remaining sections shall remain in effect. And Section 7, repealing of conflict procedures. This resolution hereby repeals all previously adopted rules of procedure for board meetings that are inconsistent with its provisions. Thank you, AI.
Is this your final submission?
Well, I have.
So if I take
went
this
through-
one home and look at it, you're not
I
gonna
went
change
through
it?
three
right back?
three
Okay.
different deals so that we would have an option to discussion, and last week we didn't discuss it because Mr. Tran was not available. And so rather than keep kicking this down the can, I went ahead and drafted. So if you want to make changes to it, it definitely has some typographical errors that need to be fixed, but
Section 2, subsection B.
Section 2, what about it?
Such a question to include supporting documents must be submitted to the county clerk no later than 5 PM on Wednesday before the next regular scheduled meeting. How hard are you gonna adhere to this? Because quite frankly, that has not been adhered to since I've been.
Well, that's why we're doing it, because it's become quite a problem.
Okay.
That, I mean, but sometimes I see a revision to the agenda hours before the meeting, and that shouldn't be happening.
All right.
It causes conflict for the clerk too, because now they gotta stop doing what they're doing to,
Copy.
I mean, that's been an argument that's been brought to the table before,
All right.
so.
And if that's the case, if we're gonna do that on Wednesday, then I want this agenda, by noon on Thursday.
Would that be an issue?
Yes, it would be, because we don't run accounts payable until Friday. So I try to get them out by Friday at noon, depending on the traffic that comes through my office.
There's no point in having a cutout on Wednesday if we're not gonna get the final agenda until Friday.
Do you wanna change it?
I would say Friday, if that's when our agenda's gonna come out, no matter what.
So you wanna change it to Friday, what, generally, what time does the payroll happen on Friday?
Yeah, Payroll's always generally done on Wednesday now. I don't know what
Okay.
it's gonna be like with the new company. I have no idea. So, that'll be a timing issue, but.
So, I'm sorry, what did you send out again on Friday?
AP,
Accounts payable,
She
okay.
usually runs them on Friday morning.
Morning,
so by noon on Friday.
We
okay.
require all the department heads to have all their invoices in by Wednesday. That gives her the whole day on Thursday to run AP.
Okay.
So what's the change?
I like
Noon on Friday.
noon on Friday.
Noon on Friday.
What's new on Friday, the agenda?
That we have to
Final
have supporting
submissions.
documents to you.
Okay, so the agenda won't go out until I get all that supporting documentation and get it put into the agenda.
I
So
thought
we
we
get it
just
over the weekend.
determined that it,
Yeah,
yeah.
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 Okay, you're good with end of day Friday, if you guys are
I'm
good
good
Friday.
with it.
I think
End
that's
of
how it
day.
is now, maybe later sometimes, so.
Okay.
Um,
And if you
and-
don't get your supporting documents there, you just don't get on the agenda. So,
Is that's the other thing. I don't get a lot of supporting documentation, so how do you want
Yeah.
me to handle that?
that's,
Contact you?
So define
yeah.
the supporting
No,
documentation.
don't put it on the agenda.
Okay.
Define supporting documentation, sure.
Huh?
Define supporting documentation.
Well, we're talking earlier about IT, and the person that was doing the presentation provided us
Right.
with documentation. That's, if we have that, which was part of our packet, which we did, then we're prepared when we come in.
But not everything that comes to the table has supporting documents. Not all issues comes to the table requires supporting
Name one.
documentation.
Well, that road.
I can't.
You had a
Not in
couple of
public.
roads on there and didn't send anything.
I'm just saying is that so far on this agenda, everything that was in there should have some type of supporting documentation that goes along with it. just like the resolution,
So it's gonna, okay, what I'm hearing you tell me, sir, is it's to the fullest extent possible, but it's not set in stone. Because there are things that come to the table that I've seen in the past that don't have supporting documentation.
but we're trying to change that.
I understand that. You write something in stone, it's really hard to put anything else in there. You gotta give it some wiggle room, but not too crazy.
Mayor, Chairman?
You got a
There is an
suggestion?
agenda form that a person can fill out. Sheriff is the only
Hey,
one I've seen fill it out.
I just
Yeah,
recognized her.
he just recognized it.
We have a form that, honestly, the only one that really ever uses it is the sheriff, but it's a really good form and it asks what the action item might be, what the topic is about, and then if he has some kind of a presentation, he always puts it behind it. So that is a great form to use for, and if it needs financial review, you can have that on there as well, or if it needs legal review.
Okay,
So we have that form in our office.
so can we put it, like, email it to us and we can just,
Sure.
that way, when we submit stuff, we're usually doing it by email anyway.
Right.
Yeah. So Sheriff, did you have comments?
Yes, I do. Sorry for interrupting you.
Regarding this resolution, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And I commend you trying to get everything in order in regards to meetings and stuff like that. I will do everything I possibly can, or my office will do everything we possibly can to make sure that meetings that take place here are in an orderly fashion. But there's a comment made in regards to the sheriff's office being law enforcement, removing somebody from the meeting and stuff like that. That's kind of a slippery slope situation that needs to be looked at a little bit closer. Murphy and I have attended several classes in regards to COMA violations and presentations of
You haven't removed me yet.
we're still trying to figure a way
Yeah.
out, Michael, give us time. But I had sent out an email to all three of the commissioners about an upcoming training in October in Garnett. The instructors are the same instructors that Murphy and I had seen, sat in front and as they presented. Very knowledgeable. One of the presenters is an attorney. He has a law degree, but he's also a captain with Spring Hill Police Department. And the other one is has several, I don't know.
He works in the courts.
Works in the courts with Johnson County, very much educated in this process. Very knowledgeable individuals. And I strongly suggest that either one or all three of you attend this meeting in October 30th in Garnett from 4 to 6. It's only 2 hours. And I'll leave you with this to think about. There was a lady that sued the school district of Olathe and got quite a bit of money because the board informed law enforcement to remove that lady. And so I'm just saying, I know you're working hard to get this done, I'm for you, but I also want to make sure that the county is also covered with that.
Okay.
So,
So we probably ought to,
So you can change the chair may direct to the chair may request.
or
That should
the
be
chair
simple.
just may, I just say, shall not disrupt a proceeding of the board, and, people may be asked to leave the meeting. I mean, in that there, you're not directing anybody to do anything,
I think-
other than, we got somebody that's being a total, disorderly, then,
and on the flip side of that, and that's, would have to review that, or when that, hopefully that never comes, but it would be the board itself, it would be the ones that would have to file that complaint.
right,
It will be the board themselves that would have to go to
Right.
court to testify as to what
right,
happened.
right.
And so that means all three of you would be the ones that would have to address that issue.
Yeah.
So, but anyways, like I said, I strongly
All right.
suggest that you attend that meeting. Matter of fact, I think it's a great meeting, and I'm planning on going to it again.
Okay.
So, but.
I
just
might
wanted to-
ride with you.
Okay. Another comment about these things, just like what that IT thing is, that was not a motion item, that was just a discussion. And so, really, allowing me to add it to this meeting and give you the documents just gives you a lot of extra time to look over it rather than me add it by next Friday. Because that's what I could have done, according to this, if you didn't amend the agenda and let me give that to you and just start the discussion. I could just add it to the agenda, you would have got it and only had the weekend to
Well,
look
we
over
build,
it.
yeah, and part of the deal of building the agenda, the very first thing is the initial agenda of each meeting is set by the board. That's us. Right here, it says, build agenda for the following meeting. So that's the time when, if you got something and you already got the supporting documents, go ahead and provide it.
Go ahead
At
and give
least
it
to
to
the
you.
clerk, so that she builds the packet that we get. The only thing we're trying to, what we're trying to accomplish here is to have an orderly way of doing things and not just be calling the clerk on Monday morning and say, hey, add this to the agenda, and nobody has an idea of what's being discussed. I mean, in almost any instance that I've ever been involved with any type of agenda and meetings, that you try to provide as much information to the people that are gonna be making the decisions as possible.
Sure, and I
You
don't,
know, and I think the forum might be the solution to that.
and I absolutely do not have a problem with that. However, that insurance thing, I just got that yesterday, and I thought that it would be very good to deliver that information to you as soon as possible. And this IT thing, I also just got that meeting transcription, and I thought that it would be
But we're
just as
not
good to deliver
discussing
it
it,
to you.
yeah, but we're not
Right,
discussing
but now you
it.
have it, and you can look at it,
Yeah.
and it's on the agenda
So
for
you
next
got it
week.
here before Wednesday.
Yes, just as a discussion, yeah,
Yeah,
so.
it's semantics, really. It
Yeah,
is.
you both are saying the same thing to me, that's why I'm not.
Oh, okay.
All right,
Now, on section 4C, the chair may direct law enforcement to remove anyone who disrupts the meeting. I remember a previous commissioners meeting where the chair was met with some exuberance from the gallery, and in which case he did not call law enforcement to extricate them. What he did was he threatened to
shut the meeting.
meeting down. That is an option,
Yeah.
to terminate the meeting, but I just want to bring that to your attention, sir.
I think on C, we need to change and strike out, the chair may direct law enforcement to remove anyone who disrupts the meeting, and just, we'll just take that out.
Yes, sir.
And just, all persons attending the meeting shall behave in a respectful manner and shall not disrupt the proceedings of the board. And just leave it at that, and we'll deal with it if the situation arises.
Correct.
You don't have to have it written down. This is an open meeting. It's not an
Right.
open forum. If somebody's acting crazy, you have the authority to tell the sheriff to remove him.
Right.
We've done it 100 times in meetings. It's not that,
But,
it's not that
but
big a
again,
deal.
like the sheriff said, I mean, we're gonna press charges, so,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's a fact of disrupting the meeting and stopping the flow in the operation of the meeting.
Yeah.
If that's the function of what's going on, then they can be ordered to leave.
Right,
But it's just because they're being loud and voicing their opinion doesn't
yeah.
mean they
And
can
just, yeah.
be escorted out.
Which I openly encourage, to have opposition. If you have opposing views, speak. Okay, so anything else?
The board chair may place emergency items on the agenda after the submission deadline.
Yeah.
So, what if somebody else has an emergency item?
I think with that, Mayor,
After January, it won't be an issue because any commissioner can contact the chair one-on-one. Prior to that, I would say we do like, go through, send it to Bob or to the clerk, and the clerk will reach out to me. Especially, I mean, that's the way it should be anyway.
Send it to Bob.
Send it to the clerk. Because it's gonna go on the agenda that she's gonna put it on, and then she can contact me and say, hey, we got a request
There's
from
gonna be
Commissioner
exceptions.
so-and-so.
There's gonna be exceptions every rule you have. I mean,
Right.
there's gonna be something come up. When you start your meeting on Monday nights, you guys can agree to do whatever you wanna do. This
Yeah.
is just a guideline or orderly objective submission is what you're trying to do. I think.
Mhm.
Is that,
Yeah, we have 4 of those in place right now. So, this is
For
number
what?
5.
or what?
Guidelines. We have 3 different resolutions that cover this.
We
I mean,
have
I'll
one
read 'em to you.
resolution that covers it.
And then we have the parliamentary procedure that covers it as well, so let me just see here.
We have 09-25 resolution on meetings. It's the only one that does meetings. And then you brought a resolution to allow our parliamentarian.
Yes, and this aligns with the other resolutions, that 925, and then we have the agenda order. And, meetings or rule order, 1025, code of conduct, 925,
That isn't, that's
And-
just code of conduct of commissioners, that's not a meeting
rules of
resolution.
decorum for public forums, 1125.
So what's 1025?
Meeting rules of order.
This would replace both of them, 9 and 10.
Well, if you don't mind, if this is the final, I'll compare it to all of them, just so, make sure we don't need to add something, or, is that okay?
Because number 9, from what I understand, was quite a joke as far as some of the writings in it, the length of it.
Well, you're the only one that signed that, Sam and I didn't.
At the time, I was, in alignment with with the board that was here.
It's okay.
But it's this current board that even breached this subject, or I wouldn't have said a thing about it.
Gotcha. Do you mind if I just, we bring it
Go
back
right
next
ahead.
week? Okay.
Mr.
So-
Chairman, can I make
Since
a
it changed
suggestion?
again.
Yes.
Instead of doing the cards, could we do a form that they just sign every week and then I hand the form to you, rather than having individual cards, just to save one?
And we're only gonna do it on items not on the agenda,
Yeah.
because items on the agenda will be recognized by the chair, because it's usually happening in real time,
I thought that
You
in
can't-
one of your things that you submitted, you said that you wanted the items on the agenda
I
to
was
be talked about at the
following
same time.
because we were doing cards at the time for
Oh.
both.
Okay.
That was in the initial resolution, 09 or 10, one of the two. But it was not, it does not work with the flow of the meeting. To have somebody fill out a card for an agenda item when they don't even know what's being discussed about the agenda until the agenda happens, until the item is discussed. That's why we had quite a good discussion tonight on Bitcoin mining, but none of them guys filled out a card. None of those people filled out a card to be on that item there. We just allowed them, I allowed them to come to the podium and speak. And I think that's what you do on the agenda side of it. At the end of the agenda, after we've had our discussion, I just ask if there's anybody out there that wants to add to it. Usually you get hands raising before we even finish. So, I mean, it's just a way of organizing it so that it helps with the flow of the meeting and not become something that we have to have written down and because, I mean, if I was out there and I wanted to be on the items that are on the agenda, I just fill out a card for each item.
Well, that's what
And-
Michael did.
Yeah.
And he had a pass paddle,
Still have it.
because we just keep changing our rules. So,
I don't think, this is the first time that we've reached this subject since it was discussed in January. So,
Okay, as long as he sees my hand.
I mean, I've brought in 3 different
I know.
suggestions that I was hoping that you guys would look at and we would have discussion, but it wasn't happening, so.
There's
this
a lot
is-
going on, buddy.
Huh?
There's been a lot going on, you know?
Well, I
It's not like we
understand
didn't- It's
that.
not like we didn't wanna look at your stuff, it's just.
I'm
there's
just
a lot.
saying is that this takes care of all that, so you don't have to look at it. This is
Concur.
make changes and let's roll on.
So when do you wanna go back, when do you wanna re-engage this?
27th isn't a heavy schedule.
Okay. One more time.
Well, the 27th will have like the final product, right?
Yeah,
Is that what you're saying?
well,
No. That's what you're saying, right? On the
We've,
27th, we'll have a
we've
final
all
product?
we've all recommended changes.
Yeah.
So I guess the current recommendation on a change was, instead of doing cards on agenda items, having them fill out a form, each, or sign the form.
Yeah, everybody would be on the same thing.
Yeah,
What I'm
So
showing
you
is that
can-
you marked out the last, on section C, the chair may direct law
Correct.
is
enforcement.
that the,
Complete a form, and then Friday at noon for submission to the clerk for, items on the agenda.
And I'm gonna go over the other resolutions in the parliamentary procedure and see if I wanna give any more suggestions. And that's what I'll talk about on the
I figured
27th.
this would repeal all the prior
It would.
procedures of meetings.
09 and 10.
Not the parliamentarian.
And what number is it?
It didn't get, well, it's a resolution in there somewhere. I don't, it was attached and I think copied to a resolution. We'll just have to look.
Was it an amendment to a resolution?
It was just a resolution when
On
the
the,
parliamentarian was presented.
I'll bring it all back to the next meeting so you can look at
Okay.
it, and then
on the 27th, bring it all back.
27th. Okay, moving on.
bring it to you on the 20th so you can review it for the 27th.
Yes, that would work.
Okay.
That way it would be ahead of the deadline. Okay, Tri-Valley Agreement.
I don't intend to sign an agreement. None of the other functions that we give money to, do we sign an agreement for them, so.
And your consensus?
Whether it's signed or not, it's not the point for me. The point is the dollar amount. I'm not sure if we, I'm not sure if we can swing that.
I thought we already approved that.
This is for the current fiscal year.
Oh, this is for this year? Oh, I'm thinking 2026.
Yeah.
Aren't these the guys that come mid-year though?
Their fiscal year ends in the middle of the year, but they're just asking for your full 55,000 for the whole year of 25. It's weird, they should be doing this January 1st.
So this has already been budgeted and approved?
Yes.
Oh,
Now they just want us to sign an agreement on something somebody else budgeted and approved. I'm just, no, there's not an agreement for all the others, so I'm just, that's my
That's-
position.
because we only have this from January to December.
Yeah. And it's just asking that you send them written notice 14 days in advance of alteration or adjustment of payments if you can't meet the 55,000. I think that's what
And we already have budget, right? This is already gone out, clerk?
Not all of it's already gone out. I think it goes out in payments.
Okay. But by December of this year, they will have the full $55,000.
If there's any kind of, late payments, it's possible that not all the money will make it in for the full 55,000. So
What
if you
late
not-
payments?
Delinquent taxes, so if we have delinquent taxes, people may not pay their taxes on time, so there may not be enough to pay the 55,000. That's happened in the past.
Yeah, I don't wanna be holding to that, because that's, that was something that was horse traded and talked about before I came in the office.
What's worse?
So we're just
Well,
gonna,
It's just a euphemism, that's all it is.
so we're just
It's
gonna
been
pa-
negotiated before I came in the office, is what I should have said.
pass on the agreement.
Yeah, I don't wanna sign it, sure, I don't.
I don't
Okay.
either.
So, have a motion not to sign the
Oh,
agreement?
You're motioning it?
No,
I don't know that,
or just a
I don't
consent?
think we make a motion to not sign everybody's request that comes here, so,
There's just no action. I mean,
no action.
Yeah, okay.
You don't have to do a resolution not to do.
All right, then no action on it. Next up, Enterprise. Sheriff?
I don't wanna sign that one either. I'm just kidding.
Sign nothing.
Really?
Yes. Cancer awareness.
Oh, that's what I was wondering if that's it.
Hey,
All right.
how are the Yankees doing? I don't know.
Better than the Royals,
Oh. He's a big Yankees fan.
a little bit.
Just for a follow-up, regards to the vehicles for enterprise fleet, the credit report was turned in, it's on file. One thing that Kenny, the representative for fleet or enterprise, requested that the master equity lease agreement be signed, is the packet that I sent to all one of you commissioners, and I also, if I remember right, several weeks ago, wanted the attorneys, counsel for both sides, to review it, and today, I have not received any feedback, so that leads me to believe that everything must be fine, or they would have made some suggestions or comments about it. So I'm here before you today to get approval to move forward with the fleet management, the master equity lease agreement to be signed so that I can move that process forward, so we can kind of sit down and work out the nuts and bolts and the numbers and get everything down.
He did send it to me as well as his attorney, his financial. I've looked at these before, county, cities, a lot of people do, these leases, very common. So I didn't see anything.
Yeah, and it's all been, discussed with Ben for the finances. There's been members here in the audience that sit behind me who's come up several times and have made comments in regards to the leasing programs through enterprise. So, I mean, I don't know what more you want me to do in regards to this project, but something needs to be done, either a decision be made or we just, but I need vehicles. So that choice is up to you. I will also add, I even kind of went back and figured instead of the 11, I would request the 7 to show good faith that I'm actually doing something, and then work it from there. Murphy put together a spreadsheet in regards to the finances, and this is for the turnkey vehicle that's ready to go, meaning we will pick it up, roll into Bourbon County, it's in service at the present time. So.
You got one more?
For the court. And I'll have, since Murphy has done all the work, I'll let him be recognized for what he has done, and we'll go from there.
Okay.
Obviously, the questions initially we came out with the request of 11 vehicles. After listening to a couple of the meetings, that was obviously a big ask. So we've talked with Enterprise, they gave us numbers on all the vehicles, and so we broke it down to 2 different areas. One is 8 total vehicles, the other one's 7. As you can see, I've got everything broken down. On the far right column, you have a total first year cost outlay would be for 8 vehicles is $325.88.62. On the 7 vehicles, it's $281, $284.80. Obviously, the columns have it all broken down where and what those costs come from. The hiccup or the question we have is because our fleet is so old, we've got to make a big adjustment and step to getting some of these vehicles. We've got at least 6 vehicles that we know of that are getting to the point where they're costing us more than it's worth to even drive. The issue with that is safety, security, not only of the citizens, but the officer getting to the call on the scenes. I know one of our Explorers, we were looking at, what was it, $6,000 transmission.
And what again was, and I wish I had it with me, what was the first year, or on 11, what was the totals?
I'd have to go back and look at those, because those weren't an option we were talking about, so that's why we diminished it down, and I just crunched all those numbers.
And they weren't completely outfitted numbers either. The numbers that they presented first were not in totality.
And these aren't outfitted, right? These
No,
are just
those
vehicles.
does it completely
Okay.
outfitted. Turnkey, it goes to the road on service, in service.
And then, so you increase year 2, you get more vehicles?
No, year 2 is just what the cost is for the maintenance on those 8 vehicles on the top.
which would be 113, 245.92 for years 2, 3,
Right.
4, and 5. And if you went with the 7 vehicles, then it would be 97, 680, 156 per year for the next 4 years after the first initial year.
And what would we see, I mean, because you're definitely gonna have to, you got 16 total
Yeah,
that,
there's other ones that are gonna have to be replaced, yes. And that's something we can talk with Enterprise with and find out if we can get this initial start up where and what it's gonna cost us
Yeah.
per year to add a vehicle or.
and I thought in their initial presentation, that's what they talked about, was we do 11, and then each year, you know, until we got up to 16, there would be an increase. So then the overall, you know, once we got to 16, then it would kind of level out as
Correct.
vehicles needed to be replaced.
Yes, yeah, correct, because we have the 4 Chargers that obviously we're paying, we've got lease payments on those already. So, the Durango, sorry, not Chargers. Anyway, those, yeah, at some point in time, we're gonna have to trade those in and see what we get out of those and put that back in our
Okay.
equity.
But this starts, this gets us
This is a start,
started.
yes, sir.
And I think, you know, this is probably a question for Susan, I didn't even look. I think it's either this year or next year, there are loan payments that are gonna be expired or sunset, and we won't have any, I think those are on the toggles, I believe.
Yes, you've got several on.
That will be rolling off here shortly, so that's probably about another $1,000 a month that we're looking at.
Okay.
But probably, let me back up. The primary request here before you, before the board today, is get approval for the chairman to sign the master equity lease program so that we can actually sit down and put the nuts and bolts together and figure out what we need to do. So, but this gives you kind of an idea of what Murphy has done in regards to the breakdown
Okay.
between 7 and 8 vehicles.
Thank you for these numbers, Murphy. I appreciate it. My fear with this is that if for some reason you're not happy, we're not happy, somebody's not happy, and you've sold off your fleet and we're in this lease and there's 8 vehicles, but we don't own them, now we have to buy 8 vehicles from somewhere, even if they will terminate immediately. That's one of my concerns.
I don't see him terminating immediately.
No.
No.
I mean, that, if somebody came in, say for whatever reason, Bill wasn't the sheriff any longer, and the new sheriff came in, and he didn't like that, he would be literally shooting himself in the foot by trying to come to you guys saying, well, I don't like this, I need to come to you guys and buy 16 vehicles. I pretty much guess what you're gonna tell him, or her, them, go pound sand.
And that's the problem. Once we're in this and we're lease and lease and lease and lease, if it's not working at some point in time,
We can
we're going to have
You can
to.
terminate
we can
each
terminate.
year. You can go ahead and terminate each
Correct.
year until those cars are actually rolled off.
Correct.
And like he said, you know, if you look at it, just we'll use this new vehicle that we got, you know, $65,000 just for the one vehicle, turnkey ready to go. Just to buy just 2 of those vehicles,
It's $132,000.
it's $132,000 right there, just for the 2. And here you are getting 8, which is the kickoff for $325, but every year after that's $113.
Right,
$113,000.
so again,
$113,000 plus some change. But that, you're getting 8 vehicles compared to 2 that you keep coming up with.
back to my concern, if we were to want to terminate and we bought 8 at one time, then that means the 8 would be falling off and we would have to purchase 8 to
No,
replenish
no.
the fleet.
What you'd have to do is just finish out the payments on those, no different than if you bought new ones. And then at some point in time, you'd eventually roll them out in a rotation of 2
You
this
finish
year.
off the payments and then own them?
Yes,
And that, so this is a lease to own agreement?
yeah, that's why we get the equity back. After they sell them, after we use them, and we sell them, and that money that comes back with equity that they sell them for, we get that back in equity. And they roll that over into an account.
And that's what's so neat about this program, because when you sell those vehicles, you get that equity back, you put it back into a line item within the budget of the sheriff's card. You can use that equity money then to use again to purchase your next set of cars.
To offset these costs.
Yes.
So,
So if you leased 5 and in 5 years, you decide, okay, we're gonna continue another 5 years, we wanna sell these. You turn around, I think, no, don't quote me, I think Ken said the number was like $200,000. At that point in time, you got $200,000 of equity that you sold these cars before they're POSs, and then they're not worth anything. You actually get money back, and that can offset the next 5. It can always roll over and go into the next set. Does that make sense? You're looking at me like I'm talking Dutch.
Mr. Motley, does that sound about right?
Mr. Motley,
Doesn't that sound about right?
does it sound like what you know about enterprise?
This will be the 4th time.
I think he's on commission.
Not yet.
I'm a perpetual conflict of interest. This costs more because there's an interest and overhead factor that's built into this. And the theory is that that's offset by their enterprise's buying power and then their redemptive power at the end. And I think Micah's point is well taken in that if for some reason Enterprise does not perform, the exit is difficult. But Enterprise is a very old, very public firm that has performed year after year after year. So I don't think that's the big deal here is the exit. The problem is that if you have some lean years, you're locked into annual payments. Now, if we have a lean year, we can avoid buying a car, and we can push that out. You just lose flexibility.
Right.
Okay? So I think it's gonna be slightly more expensive, depending on their buying power and their ability, which is strong. And then the other side too is, do you want your sheriff's deputies doing logistics on buying and selling cars and outfitting cars and taking cars for maintenance and all that? So you're saving some time of personnel. Ideally, you could say, a lot of companies say, well, we want to get rid of our fleet management team, and so we're gonna lower FTEs, like for the bank. Our bank had, a big fleet of vehicles, and we had a fleet management team. So Enterprise would come in and you could get rid of FTEs, and they could do the fleet management. So,
So sorry for interrupting, but kind of in a nutshell, it's gonna cost more at the beginning, but it's gonna cost less as the program moves forward. Would that be a fair statement?
no, it'll cost more on an ongoing basis because again, you're gonna have vehicles that are going to, run out of useful life, and you're gonna have to keep going, right?
Yeah, but some
So-
of the useful life.
But again, theoretically, their buying power and their selling power offsets some of that. And the FTEs that you save by not having to do logistics on that. But the lease costs more, assuming that the price is the same, because Enterprise adds an overhead and a interest factor for the cost of money. And so, and again, Enterprise sells you on the offset.
And the
So,
choice year after year is made for us to continue.
Yeah, that's the problem, is that you can't take a year off and say, hey, this is a tough year.
Which I believe, what you just said right there a while ago about the lean years, what has happened, and I mean, why I support this program is, you're locked in year after year on the cost, but then you take away that ability of, okay, well, right now, we got probably 12 vehicles that got pushed aside because of lean years. So if they all start breaking down at once, and we got to start replacing them, I think I figured that up to $780,000.
Yeah,
which is
absolutely.
double what we're going to be paying
Absolutely.
if we have these vehicles. It's so easy during the lean years to say, well, just make it go a little bit further, and so then you end up with vehicles that have 200,000 sheriff miles on them, not just 200,000 miles on them.
Sure.
They get.
And virtually every year's lean year in Bourbon County, we kick the
Right.
can down the road on
Right.
elevator or
Right.
tuck pointing,
Yeah. I mean, there's
road
something, and
maintenance.
this is
yeah.
something I think and it is something that once you commit, you're committed. As far as I'm concerned, you know, if you're not willing to buy into it, then don't. But,
Yeah, my recommendation is do a toe dip, do a static, you know, small number or a number that you're comfortable with.
Right.
See how it
What's the
works.
total number?
Two.
18? No, what's the total number you have right now, Sheriff? Vehicles you need?
thank you, Mr. Motley.
18?
What did you come up with, 12, 11?
Jail side too.
Oh, so 15?
You're looking close to about 17 to 18.
Okay, and you're just asking, the lowest is 7, high end is 8. So going back to this,
Yeah, I mean, sorry for interrupting, it's on the low end of what we're looking at, I still gonna have to replace.
sure,
You know, out of that 8, 2 or 3 of them are gonna go to the jail side. Now you're gonna have 5 that's gonna go to the sheriff's side.
Yes, sir.
And are you really playing catch up at that
Yeah.
time? No. you're-
Yeah, and I understand why you're here tonight, and when you guys, if we move forward tonight, then they'll be looking at the overall picture. So we should end up with numbers for if we want to do the 11, do 8, or do 7. That's what I'm hoping, if we agree to sign this tonight.
the signing, what he's asking you to sign doesn't bind him to anything.
Right, but
just
it allows them to start crunching the numbers and
So,
looking at what we got.
We have already agreed to allow the sheriff to process that paperwork. It's just, we also said, hey, make sure, yeah, we did. In past meeting, we said, great, we'll agree to that, but he's gotta make sure that the contract was tight. And that's what we said, and that's what Bob said, the contract
Thought
was
we
tight.
agreed to a credit check.
That's the credit check.
No, this is
No,
something.
it's
different.
The
not.
credit
that's
check's
different.
already been done.
Okay, so
This is
I
allow
misspoke.
them, it's gonna allow Enterprise to come in and look at their fleet
Okay.
and say, this is how much we can give you for what you got right now that we're gonna replace, and, you
I'm still
know.
good with that.
Okay.
Because here's what I want to explain to you, Commissioner Milburn. 6 of one, half dozen the other. Either way, the county pays, okay? In this instance, there are some people in the world who will lease a new car every 3 years. No matter what, they're gonna lease a new car because in their head, they want a new car. They need that new car. And there's those of us who will buy a car and keep it for 20 years. But these guys can't keep a car for 20 years. They'll be lucky to keep a car for 3 years with the mileage they put on it and the way they have to drive the vehicles. So in my summation is, the issue here is not whether or not they need to buy the car or lease the car. The issue here for me is, how do you keep cost creep from gaining on it? Because right now, it's like, there's nothing on this document that's gonna stay the same in 3 years. The prices are gonna go up. The price for vehicles is gonna go up, price for maintenance is gonna go up, price for commodities, the fuels, tires, all that stuff is gonna go up. So whether they buy the vehicle or they lease the vehicle, those costs are gonna go up. So, again, if we can lease the vehicles and we can change them out, because we're gonna spend the money one way or the other.
Are you though? Are you gonna, do you spend 254,070 a year right now? Because the 113,245 after the startup, that Deputy Murphy figured will be the cost for 8 vehicles divided by the 8's the 14,115, and then you multiply that by fleet number of, you said 18? Is that right?
Yeah, that's what,
That's 254,070 every year. Do we budget that much every year for our fleet right now?
No, because they own their vehicles.
we don't have anything.
Right, so that's what I'm saying, that's 2 mills that you're gonna add for this, that you need to know that you're gonna add that.
You know, if we had went this year, we had one vehicle that went down from an accident, so that was 65. They had asked for, and if they had gotten approved, if it hadn't have been unapproved, they would have got 2 vehicles, my understanding. So this year, they would have spent $195,000. So what happens if next year, they end up having to replace 4 vehicles? I mean, at least theirs is consistent, where, you know, you're gonna get 8 vehicles right off the bat, and then you're gonna start replacing vehicles as needed, where here you could end up replacing all 10, all 12, because we own them, and they start breaking down.
I'm only asking that you go in this with your eyes wide open and say, we are going to add 2 mills of ad valorem tax to cover this indefinitely.
Or
you're gonna do
is
it.
there a way that we could use the public safety fund?
It has to be voted on by the taxpayers every so often, so no. Not if you want it guaranteed.
Are you talking about the sales tax?
Correct.
That's,
So no, the
is that what,
housing-
10 more years, Susan? Is that right? So that gets you through at least 5 years of, as Mr. Motley said, dipping your toe in it to see if it functions and works.
So you guys don't budget anything from EPA?
We ask,
Sean asked,
and nothing
It
against this
gets,
commission.
it gets moved down the road. We have
Yeah.
8 years.
Yeah.
I mean,
Every year.
most public entities either do something like this, or they have a rotation, so they know every year they're gonna replace X.
And, you know,
Because you don't wanna have to replace 14 vehicles in 1 year, so they
Correct.
have a,
yeah.
And
they
that's
either
my
do a
worry.
lease like this,
Unfortunately, you guys
or you buy.
land on your shoulders, and that sucks.
But what I mean by public safety fund was the 60/40 that you
Yeah,
guys
I
go.
think he was talking about the jail.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And it, you know, and I said this before, you know, we kicked, and this goes back to your question, you know, we kicked this can down the road, and so far this can has been kicked into a hole that we can't get to. And here's Enterprise with a ladder that they're gonna stick in the hole for us to go down and get that can and bring it back up again. Why pass that up? I mean, we're standing here holding this ladder to move forward with this project.
If you were
And
to,
so,
if you were to buy 8 vehicles right now, how much?
oh, 8 vehicles?
325.
No, I'm not talking about from Enterprise. If we go out on the open market and get 8 vehicles, outfit them, how much? Just give me a rough order of magnitude. It doesn't have to be precise.
540,000?
$500,000 plus?
Yeah. Cause you figure even a Tahoe after rebates, you're looking at about roughly $60,000. Then you got another $30,000, roughly 25 to 27 in equipment.
How long will those last you, Murphy?
I changed mine out when I was a sheriff every 4 years.
So they'd last 4 years. So tell me the numbers one more time.
You're looking at
545.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at 60 grand just for the vehicle,
So-
another 27,
70.
yeah.
So 60, and it'll last you 4 years.
Theoretically, you could, yes.
So it's approximately the same price as our payments per vehicle. And you would just own them and you wouldn't have to enterprise them. And you wouldn't have to be locked into anything.
But
Right,
we,
but all the maintenance is yours, everything, when you're gonna ride them into the ground, that's the whole, and the reason I'm saying is.
Is this outfitted or is this with maintenance?
that, no, 325 is out the door.
Right.
As soon as you start it up, it's on the road working.
But are they maintaining it with that? So that's not with maintenance then either.
No.
Well, you
So
know,
it's
you
really-
still got tires and oil changes and stuff that you
That's
gotta
where the
do.
price come in for years 2, 3, 4, and 5. Look,
You
the
said,
the biggest group of people in America drive one type of vehicle, and these guys know it. Those government plate vehicles are all owned by one agency. That agency buys it because they have the buying power. Those vehicles are only on the road for X amount of time, then they turn around and they sold at auction. Okay, and then people like me and you, we go buy them and do what we want with them. And if that agency, if that's how they've set it up for, God, the last 40, 50 years, I'm looking at it like, there's gotta be some validity in that business model.
They are,
because-
yeah, they are a very reputable company.
Yeah.
I can tell you, I know at least another one, another sheriff's office that has been talking to them, that's Anderson County. I'm a friend with the sheriff up there, they've looked into it. I know Pittsburgh, I think Pittsburgh is using them or was.
Pittsburgh uses, I mean,
Use
there's at least 12
Yeah. There's a-
entities here in southeast Kansas, including school districts, that enter into an agreement with this. And if they're not irreparable and there's questions in regards to this, there, people will be talking, especially sheriffs, will be sending out email blasts saying, wait a minute, you gotta take a step back, don't go through the enterprise network.
I did have a citizen send me a video of Pittsburgh's commission meeting where they were having some issues with Enterprise.
Was it Pittsburgh or was it Crawford County?
Probably
it was Crawford County.
Because there's a gentleman last week or 2 weeks ago that came before this board and made a comment in regards to the Crawford County. That was a miscommunication taking place. We had already reached out to Enterprise and said, hey, what's going on here? I just got blindsided because of some issues with Enterprise in Crawford County. What happened? is miscommunication between the outgoing sheriff and the new sheriff coming in and the people that were overlooking the fleet. And so Enterprise says, we will provide you with the videos and stuff to show that we are back negotiating, working with them to come back and actually do something. So, just in that
Crawford County?
conversation. Yes.
Crawford County?
Yes.
okay.
Yes.
And don't get us wrong, we understand and know this is a lot of money. We respect that. It's just an unfortunate thing that this has fallen on your shoulders. It's nothing to do with this commission as a whole. It has to do with past issues, commissions in the past, like we keep saying, kick the can down the road. Had we been able to, or the sheriff been able to buy one or two a year over the last couple, 4 or 5 years, we probably wouldn't be in this position that we're in. But unfortunately, past commissions have left it laying on your shoulders in that side.
And more than the money, for me, it's the commitment, and I don't know how long I will sit in this chair, and you're asking me to make a commitment for commissioners to come after me.
So that's just part of the commission. I mean, that's what happened. It's in a situation right now.
Yeah.
Past commissioner making a decision not to move forward with it, now here we are. So
And-
that's just part of sitting in the chair.
Right.
And I'm not, and please don't make this wrong, this isn't a threat, this isn't anything, I'm just saying this. Statutorily, the commission has to provide vehicles for my office. And I think I've got enough data and stuff that I can actually go forward and say, hey, I need vehicles.
So here's the hard question. If they don't approve this, how many vehicles do you have to buy to meet your mandate to patrol the county?
I can tell you right
I mean,
off,
that's an honest question.
off the top of my head, we have at least 6 we've got to replace right now, period.
So you're either gonna lease them or they're gonna go buy them, and you gotta pay for them.
Because we can't,
I mean, I think that's
we can't,
legitimate.
yeah, we just can't walk to our calls. They're just getting to that point and they're so
Some-
mild that they're gonna be a hindrance, then they're gonna be a help.
You guys have inherited a situation that hasn't allowed them to rotate. Like Murph and Allen rotated them. He'd buy 2 or 3 every year.
But that started,
It was different.
yeah, that
They
started
haven't
way
done
back
that
when.
here, and so you guys are faced with, are you gonna go buy a bunch, or are you gonna lease this? And like Mr. Motley said, it's probably a little more money, but
What we hope to accomplish, or at least what I hope to accomplish when I come in here at the end of my 4 years, is that the county is working as a group and not against each other.
Right.
And that's what's happened in the past, and that's what's put us in this position that we're in now, is because out of whatever reasons, cars weren't being bought, and now we're in a situation where we have to.
And
So,
And for me, it's, we slashed that budget quite well. Maybe, well, we slashed it. And the thing is, like, I understand where you're coming from, moving into, and I just want to be very transparent with you, Sheriff. Moving into the future, if it's forbidden by statute, it is forbidden by statute. But if it's not forbidden by statute, it is going to be money that I personally will look into. So if it's money on your side of the fence that we share, we don't share, I'm gonna be asking questions like, there's money right there, because I understand that the county has to provide. I get that. I do not deny that. But when there's money that's sitting idle or whatever, we're gonna have to work together as a team, and that's what I'm saying. I don't have an issue supporting you, sir. I'll support you. But in the end, we have to work as a team. And I do appreciate you coming to the table and taking a cut off the number of vehicles. I mean, that's a goodwill gesture, and I appreciate that. But I think for all of us here at the table, we're stuck with this. We're gonna have to do something to help out the sheriff.
2.
I think another
I'm
good,
sorry?
2.
Two.
2. I wouldn't mind starting with 2.
Oh,
can I add something real quick? Sorry to interrupt. We have by statute to go to Oregon and pick up an inmate in the next end of November. So we're gonna be driving a minivan out to Oregon with between 150, 200,000 miles. If we get out there and it breaks down or we have troubles, I mean, we're looking at a pretty good significant tow
Sure.
bill or something like that. So
you can't
that's
fly?
another thing. It's cheaper.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah,
Plus we gotta go through
the
a lot.
logistics of flying is not
feasible.
Gotcha.
The jail that this person's housed at is 3 hours away from the nearest airport, and we wouldn't have a secured transport vehicle.
Plus what you gotta go through on the airport security and
And we
all that
also
to
looked at
do
a
this.
transport company, that was gonna cost us $7 grand, and we were like, no way. So.
All right, thank you, sir.
All right, so
If I could, just real quick, I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
I apologize. I think another thing to keep in mind, to take your comment of a goodwill gesture, just as the sheriff had told you last week, when it comes down to these inmate funds, I kept all mine. They went into a special fund. He has came up before you and said, look, I'll give you 40% of these. I think that is a huge step and a huge, here you
Gesture.
go,
Yeah. Yeah.
in my opinion. I mean,
And you weren't here for that.
no, but I put mine in a different fund. I didn't go into the county general. Mr. Johnson can tell you. I mean, I've said it a dozen times up there, we had $120,000 HVAC system. We used that money for that. But to give the county 40% of what he brings in, I don't know many sheriffs that's gonna do that.
Okay, so I move that we sign the master
Equity lease agreement?
equity lease agreement.
How many, 8 or 7?
Huh?
Like you could pick a number.
I'm not gonna be never gonna be picked out later day if we reach back out to
Yeah,
enterprise.
'cause they'll,
Yeah.
they'll bring it back and
Yeah, we can talk to Ken about that.
I second.
all those in favor? Aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
Okay. Where is it that they usually put little sticky notes.
Sign your
that-
notes?
Yeah, where's the arrow?
Sorry, I'll make a note of that. Put it on the next one. Especially if it's one page, I'll make sure I put it.
Right. And you need this back?
Yes, please. I'll make a photocopy of it and I'll send it to Susan to be stamped
Okay.
filed into the clerk's office.
Thank you. All right, next up is the law enforcement resolution, which provided the inmate fund, 60% for the sheriffs, 40% for us, to go directly to the general fund. Discussion.
Yes. The 40% that goes into a general fund, I'd rather have it into a sub-account within the general fund so that it's not colluded with the general fund. It will be, so let's just say general fund, the account would be 1. This one would go into like 1A. Because quite frankly, 1, I don't know how much it is. We don't know how much it is. 2, we're not sure what's gonna happen in the next year. And I would much rather earmark that money for a contingency rather than throw it into the general fund and spend it like everything else. That's-
I agree. I would like to see it go into a equipment reserve fund. I mean, for the, not just for sheriffs, but for the whole county, our 40% that he is offering to us. That
When did we
way,
decide that we were gonna do this 60/40?
we haven't decided. We're talking about it now.
Oh, okay, there's, because I have 2 more resolutions here, the original one that our counselor made. And then one that the clerk made. Would you guys like to go over those before you continue discussion?
Before we
on
do
just
it, can I
the
have a 5-minute?
60/40
Me and Bob
thing?
need a 5-minute.
Huh?
Need a 5-minute,
You need a 5-minute recess?
yeah.
Okay. 5-minute recess. You want to make copies of those 2 resolutions?
Yeah,
Yeah, 'cause I never seen the resolution.
I hadn't either.
the original from Bob?
Well, the original was what Jacob and I and Ben put together, didn't have the 60/40. That's the one you're talking about.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then I turned around and modified after talking to Jacob and added the 60/40, which is I presented to the commission last week, and everybody was for it.
Yeah, I didn't have the 60/40. That was gonna be up to you guys.
Correct.
So,
Yeah, I don't.
I mean, that's a council decision. this KDM deal? Is that the emergency management?
Kansas Department of Emergency Management, yeah.
What's that?
They don't have an emergency management.
Yeah, I know we had the plan. Oh, the emergency management plan.
Yeah.
It's paperwork for FEMA that we
Yeah.
must complete
Yeah.
so that we can get our FEMA money.
We want that FEMA money.
Yeah.
It's a mysterious floating object, that FEMA money.
So who's gonna fill that? I've never filled one.
I filled most of it out, it just needs the chairman's signature.
Oh, okay.
It's if there's a title,
I was gonna say, that's
Like,
like
it's-
hieroglyphics to me.
it's just procedural,
Yeah.
pretty normal.
That's,
Yeah, Title VI.
Yeah, I had to bust your a little bit on the Yankees. I didn't see Toronto winning that. Did you sit and watch 15 innings of the Tigers and Mariners?
No, I didn't.
That was the game. You like baseball?
Well, I do, but I was doing something, I didn't get a chance to watch it. Although, my boys made it one more game than I thought they would. I figured they were going to choke them in three. Their pitching were gone, and Free just was bomb, but Schiller got a good job though.
That big righty that throws 100.
Yeah, that Schiller, and this is the first year.
I read an article today that Buster Posey's nephew's 16-year-old was 6'6" and he's throwing 100 pounds. 16 years old.
We might just go ahead and get Tommy John done now.
See if I think.
No. League average is what, 70? Back here in the box and pay me the league average, I'll be happy to.
Yeah. 70.
I think that's what it is.
Oh, sheriff's, man. Sure.
760.
760.
Yeah.
So Bill, what's the contact information?
It's gonna be the sheriff's office, isn't it? The First Amendment.
No, the Garnett meeting.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
You want the address?
Yeah, where do you sign up?
I'll just send it to you.
Yeah.
Do I have to let you know? Do I have to let you know that I'm going?
Yeah, because you're saving seats for us.
Yeah, let's go and put me down for it. That was like,
It's a good class.
yeah.
You'll open your eyes and go, wow.
So it's a First Amendment meeting, not
Scare. Scare.
No, First Amendment.
I mean, it's good.
Yeah.
I know what they say.
I mean, to me, you know, the more you know, the better off you
If
are.
somebody acts up in one of our meetings, we can send the sheriff from it. Yeah. Deal with it later.
Later's the lawsuit.
Been doing this 25 years and I've been sued for that. But let me tell you what, if it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen again.
You better say yes.
Sorry, I hope I'm not.
We church on
Oh. You agree with that? No.
Seen stranger things, man. What am I looking for?
No, I got out of that one. Oh.
Oh, Tanner?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they got you out of that.
Sorry. I haven't heard anything. Well, we're gonna try to apply for a summary judgment, and the judge said, well, I don't think you meant everything, you need to work on this and this. They came with another shot.
I talked to the county's insurance counsel, and then Tanner got his own private counsel, which he was thinking
That ain't going.
Oh.
We never got. 10 minutes, I heard anything from her.
He was just happy I kept out of prison.
These go to, there you go. Did you need a copy of the one with the 60/40?
I already have that.
Madam,
That went out with the agenda.
Oh, yeah, that's,
you got it, okay.
After we
So-
get done with this, do you guys care if I take off? I don't see anything else.
I don't care.
Well, I mean, I'll stay if you want me to. It's
No.
my boss.
Well, that's fine. I don't have an issue. Anybody else have an issue with Bob leaving?
I can talk to you guys.
I guess not.
You think I'm kidding? I do go to bed.
Huh?
I do go.
Yeah.
It's probably 9:30 now.
Okay, well, we're gonna try to get, I mean, we should be out of here in 6 minutes, but we're probably not gonna make it, so.
Think positive.
Yeah, be positive. All right, we're back in session, and we now have copies of all 3 proposed resolutions.
I only have 2.
Well,
That other one's that 60/40 thing.
Okay.
I don't have that one.
You
That's
don't
in
have the
computer.
60/40?
The
It went out with
60/40
the agenda.
Yeah, that's in the agenda.
Here you
That's the
go,
one.
here's a copy.
I got the shorty.
Thank you.
You wrote it.
Who did this short one here?
That Bob did that.
Yeah, that was the first one.
Okay.
It's almost exact.
Right, with the exception of the number.
The only thing, the first one, the only difference between the sheriff's and the first one I did is I didn't put it in 60/40 because I didn't know how you were gonna do it.
Right.
I think that's the only difference.
Yeah, this is the one that I presented to the commission last week.
Yeah.
And then after making the changes in part 4, the one that I submitted, which shows the percentage, I sent it back to Mr. Johnson and then the sheriff's office attorney, no feedback on that, and then discussion with my administration in regards to section 4.
I think it boils down to what the commission's flavor is on the split. I mean,
Correct.
that's really
That's-
where you
yeah.
guys are at.
You wouldn't have feedback on something like that. That would be
No,
us that
that's
have
your guys'
feedback.
decision, yeah.
I'm just being transparent, that's all.
So what'd you like for us to consider, ma'am?
I'd like you to consider the original from Bob without specifically listing some kind of split on funds, because, again, to me, all of it, would go back to the operations, once we found the money to be stable.
So, let me hear you correctly. You're proposing that we gain control of the complete fund.
Now,
Because-
she's saying that 100% of it stayed with the sheriff.
Oh,
I think,
I say that I say that we don't just, approve spending willy-nilly. It would be big ticket items like this, refrigerator, freezer, whatever. We don't spend it on something that is continuous year after year after year, salaries, cars, different things that might be continuous until we know it's stable. So if it brings in 310 one year, it brings in 215 one year, it brings in 300 the next year. We see that it's over 215 every time, then say we can budget 215 of that towards operations, and then the rest would go in a fund to fix and correct things that are broken. I think that would be wise.
If I may speak, when I presented this, since like I said, you were not here at that time, I presented it as the 60/40 split. So if there's something that actually goes wrong at the sheriff's department, with me getting the 60%, let's say, for example, the fingerprint machine goes down, okay? It costs about $25,000. Instead of coming up to the commission under the original resolution that was presented, at least I have that money sitting in a special law enforcement inmate fund account that I can come up and say, hey, I had a fingerprint machine that went down. It cost X amount of dollars. I'm just letting you know that I'm taking out of the inmate revenue fund.
and then it goes that way. There's no discussion, that's what it's used for, is the little hiccups or mishaps that happen during the year that you don't budget for. The other thing I was trying to think of last week, and I got brain locked, you know, the former major and the current major was looking at software devices for head counts for inmates down there. It costs a certain amount of money to start it up, but once it gets going, it's like, what, $3,000 a year. But the first thing is to start initial, I can go to the inmate fund, revenue fund, pull that fund up, because I know that the money that's going in there is a 60-40 split. That's the reason why I put in the 60-40 split.
Chair?
Hang on just a second.
No problem.
Okay. I personally like the ideal of the 60-40 split for that reason, as well as that we get 40% and with the suggestions of putting it in a special fund, whether it be equipment reserve or another fund, that lets it build up if we don't need it, but if we do need it for trailers, breakdown vehicles, wrecked vehicles, or any of that other offset stuff that happens, that allows us 40% of that money to control in that kind of fund that we've never had before. So that's my 2 cents.
If you go with the 60-40, does the sheriff have to come to us and ask how to expend that money?
He just said that he would have control of it. He'd still come and let us know what he was spending it
Just
on.
showing the transparency where that money's
Yeah.
going.
But
So it's not saying that I'm
yeah.
gonna go spend it on, you know.
I don't believe that there has to be permission in that form.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, no, there's not.
And if and I don't have an issue with him having that control. It's, you know, it's like I said the last time, is that if he don't do it, then that money doesn't exist. There's nothing of that we can say that mandates the sheriff to have this inmate, housing. That's a good word. I was wanting to think revenue, but yeah. So, I think this is money above and beyond anything that we get in taxes or any other fund that we get. And it gives us a little wiggle room when they got trips to go to Oregon, they got vehicles that may need maintenance that they didn't have before, or breakdowns in the jail, you know. So I don't see an issue with it.
I think if you're gonna trust an elected official to use the budget that you give him, then you should trust the elected official to use the money that's been allocated to him, in this case, the 60%. I'm of that mindset also. I am also of the mindset where I'm very frugal and very careful about the money that comes in, because, you know, all it takes is one all crap and you're in the hole. But I don't want to micromanage an elected official. I don't want to micromanage that fund. Make sense? Some of my constituents called me up and said that the county should take all of that and put it into a general fund and the county should control it, but I don't think that's the right thing to do either. I think there's got to be a fair amount of give and take, because the sheriff has, for lack of a better word, he has earned that money through a process that's in his wheelhouse. So he doesn't have to do that. He doesn't have to go out and lobby to house more prisoners, but he does, and he's got that money. And it wasn't like we were making all kinds of money. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I remember looking at before I want to leave, we had like 10 G's in there. You know, for a number of years, we barely had anything. But last year we had 10 G's, and all of a sudden we're sitting at 350. What are we at right now at the end of September? Cliff, do you know?
I don't know.
See, we don't even know.
It's over $250,000, I can tell you that.
Yeah, but it was $250,000 in August, so
Yeah.
the projection was
We sent another invoice out here last week too.
They did or didn't?
We did.
Okay,
There'll be more money coming in.
all right. So my thing on this whole, I tend to agree with the 60-40. That's where I'm at, but I'm gonna be very straight with you. You do what you want, sir. Just be very judicious, please. And I'm like, this county's in dire straits.
Conditions, I appreciate it, but I will stick to the word of transparency so everybody.
That'll work, sir.
My question is, if you buy a machine that costs $3,000 a year upkeep, does that then come operations and under the commission's purview to fund that operation? If the inmate fund couldn't do it at one point?
So you're talking about,
Is that
the
good?
fund being by the budget?
Yes.
Yes.
So we would then have to budget for that.
Right, we would, but.
It wouldn't be the inmate fund, but you would sign it on with the inmate fund, and then we would have to take it under our budget and add ad valorem tax.
So how would you fix that?
And it's no different than, let's put it this way, it's no different than a grant, okay? I get the grant money that comes in, then after the third or fourth year, let's say the COPS grant, you're gonna have to figure in that deputy anyways.
That's your budget creep.
And so,
That's your dilemma.
but as long as it's justifiable for that
And you know up
position
front,
open,
you know it's coming.
There's coming.
It's, the only other option, I asked you that question very specifically. What would you do?
I would do what I said. I would see if the money, because as the jail was presented originally, it was supposed to sustainably carry that house the inmates and offset itself.
Yes,
And so
and
that's what I would ask for it to do.
Yes, and that is correct. And in the meantime, from the time it was bought till the time it was built to today, there's a lot of things that has changed since then. When we first built it, we were housing our own. I mean, we weren't able to house outside revenue because we were housing our own citizens, our own residents. And then guess what happened? 2020 hit, and what happened in 2020? COVID. And that changed the whole dynamics of the court system, and people weren't going to jail for that. And as we go on, you could see where people are not getting sent to jail, and that they are being either placed on probation or whatever. You don't see that. If I had a crystal ball back in 2015, when this all started, we would have looked at this in a different way. But with the data and information that we had at that time, it showed we would be rocking and rolling. But a lot of things happened from 2015 to 2025, or 2015 to 2025. Now, if I know what's gonna happen 10 years from now with the crystal ball, I'll be making money and I wouldn't be doing this job.
You also got to remember and understand that when the jail was built, there's an entire pod that is not complete. So you're losing how many cells?
16.
There's 16 beds that we don't have because it wasn't completed. So there's 16 times 40 per day that you don't have.
So you're gonna put that pod back in?
Oh,
Well, let's,
the money for that, you don't even want to know.
we approached the commission, city commission at that time and said, it's gonna cost X amount of dollars. And at that time, it was pretty reasonable. But I can tell you right now, that reasonable cost from 2015 is not gonna be.
But you guys are kind of rocking and rolling right now, aren't you? I mean, you got $250,000.
Right, and we're,
And would it be possible that, I think I understand what Mike is saying, and I understand what they're saying, could you put a clause in there that says, in the event that your portion of that fund gets under X amount, that there'll be no spending without commission approval, whatever commission it is?
Well, then that contradicts what he just said.
Well, but, kind of, but it also protects the budget creep. Because if I hear Micah right, she doesn't want you to get in a position where you buy things or get in debt where you're relying on that to pay a yearly fee. So if you had a minimum, it had to be over this amount or nothing was spent without commission approval. You follow me? I mean, that could be a happy medium.
You're talking about a safety valve in there.
Yeah. And I see where you're coming from, but if it's a piece of equipment or something to use to maintain the safety or security of the jail.
We just have to get their permission.
And,
If
but
it's
that's
under
what
that
I'm
amount.
already, that's what I'm saying, I'd come up and say, hey, this is what I need, being transparent through the whole thing. So,
I believe you, I'm just, what if you aren't here and they're not here? That's what we have to think about.
Well, that's,
the commissioners at that time can deal with it.
Yeah.
The sheriff at that.
That's what they've been doing here for a while.
Murphy can deal with it.
Negative.
And if we're under the assumption that it is sustainable, why wouldn't we just offset the current budget with it? Because that is a fund that can be used for that. So isn't that really responsible to the taxpayers when that's what they thought we were gonna do in the first place?
But just like Commissioner Tram said the last time he was here, I don't think it was last week or was here before, if you go back through the last 5 years, granted, this year and last year were good and decent, but you have years where you have 15,000. You have years when you have 10, but that's not sustainable.
Understood, and that is why I presented to a let it ride method to find out what's sustainable. But you guys know where I stand, so
Well,
we're good.
for your point, you don't even need a resolution to do what you wanna do.
No, the
You just leave it
resolution
alone.
was so that the way we're functioning right now
Right.
can be legal.
Well, you need a
We needed the
resolution
fund.
because
That's-
you have
that's
to
right.
set the fund.
Right.
No,
Yeah.
you have to establish the fund, because the way they're doing it now is not legal.
They put them in their own fund years ago and they didn't establish the fund through resolution. That's all I wanted to do. And then it turned into,
Because I view your question or I view your concern as a what if. And because it's poised that way. It's like, what if he overspends? What if he buys something and, just hear me out. What if he buys something and it turns into a regular thing? Then it comes onto our budget, meaning like we have to fund that in the future. Well, yeah, that's a what if. So we can what if this to death. That's, my point is, that's a conversation we have to get at. We have to build a rapport with the person that we're working with, okay?
that's not my what if. I have an ask. And my ask is that we let that money set to find out if it's sustainable. Find its sustainable number and then offset our current budget with that to help
Okay.
all the taxpayers. That is my ask. I don't have a what if.
Where do you put that line at?
I think we're done with legal, guys. We'll see.
All right,
You've
thank you.
got 5 years of data that he pulled up last time that he got from Susan. Where do you put that line?
Didn't we just change the way we were doing things very recently?
But that doesn't mean it's gonna be there
That-
next year.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying.
Let's let it ride to see if it's sustainable
How
for the
long?
next 3 years.
Wait, you just said it, next 3 years.
Yes,
So you're
Why
talking
can't-
36 months.
yes. Find a
Re-
sustainable number.
Okay. Resolutions can be repealed. So in 3 years, rather than just let this money sit and not do anything, and we could, we're gonna be monitoring, we're gonna know how much he makes every year off of this, and we're gonna get 40%, he's gonna get 60%, and then, in 3 years, if we can say, well, we wanna do it different, and this can be repealed, and another system can be set up.
And when we get real used to spending it like that, how hard is that gonna be to turn back?
Well, I'm just saying is that to me, rather than trying to offset money that you don't know that you're gonna have from year to year, that you allow yourself to be able to buy stuff that you can't budget for, because it gets kicked down the road every year, or your budget gets slashed, or, they tell you, well, this is a thin year, you can't do it,
Or
and,
it goes into this, and then there's something at the landfill
Right.
that needs to be fixed, and where you're gonna go if you don't have it in your budget or in the landfill? Where does it go? Back into here, and it takes it. That's,
Mike, so you got radios, let's just be straight, okay? You got radios coming up, you got enterprise coming up, you got an IT system that you would like to have. Are you gonna use any of this money to help pay for that stuff?
this money here, there's not really enough to even make a dent in the request for the vehicles or the radios or anything. Wouldn't even make a dent. I'm gonna just be zero and start all over again. I'm sorry that they're high ticket items, but that's part of getting the can kicked down the road, and here we are.
Because And that's a tough one, Chair. It's a real tough one, because like on the one hand, I understand where Commissioner Milburn's coming. I do, but I also understand where the sheriff's coming from too.
And I understand what you're saying, Commissioner, I really do.
Thank you.
And I respect that. The thing we also gotta remember is we have to look at the background of the person that we're talking about, would be the seated sheriff at this time. He's been in office for, anyway, to my understanding, as long as I've known the sheriff, he's been a very good steward of the money, of what he's allowed to spend. I don't see him spending frivolously on things that the guy's coming in, I want 15 whiz bangs, and here we go, and we're gonna buy these. No, he's very good with articulation. You need to tell me why we need this and for what for, and I've gotta justify that to you three. Even though it may be in his budget and he doesn't have to present this to you guys, he can spend within his guidelines of his budgetary expenses. He still does. So I think we gotta remember that he is a good steward with the money that he is allowed to have, and he brings it forward to the commission and to the citizens that he answers to, and lets them know, hey, I have X, Y, and Z that I need to purchase or buy, and this is my plan, what do you think? I think we have to take that in consideration. To go along with what you're saying with sustainability and anything that is long-term. I mean, I had a dream of buying a helicopter, but I'm gonna be stuck with a hot air balloon, so.
I don't know about the balloon, but there's a lot of hot air.
Yeah, and I'm just to add, you know, on a 60/40, you know, if we were to do a equipment reserve fund without this money, if we were just to set up an equipment reserve fund to offset the cost of having to buy new all of a sudden at once, 85,000 or 90,000, or dump trucks or road graders, any of that stuff, we would have to adjust the mill to do that. This allows us to build up that fund without doing that. So that's my purpose behind this. It saves the taxpayer money down the road instead of.
If it's sustainable, that's the whole debate here.
Well, if it's not sustainable, you're not any worse off than you were.
Maybe if we bought something that we have to pay for year after year, we would be, wouldn't we?
Well, we have to be controlling of that anyway. But if you don't have it and you need it, you're gonna have to adjust the mill anyway.
So why don't it all just go into an equipment reserve fund for the sheriff? And you could use it for a wrecked car, say, or
I
something
wouldn't
like
even,
that.
I wouldn't, so I was sitting there listening to what the chair said about equipment reserve fund. I don't think that's too narrow-minded. For me, it's just a modernization fund. And that modernization fund just says that you could buy it for equipment, you could buy it to modernize the building. I'm looking at Public Works, they need a whole new facility. They've been in that.
Well, we wouldn't use his fund for the public works,
No,
modernization
but-
for his own thing.
Right, but what I'm saying is, if we want 60/40, instead of doing 40% for equipment, just put it into a modernization fund for us. But we're putting the cart before the horse. My thing is real simple. Each one of us has to sit here and look at the man and ask yourself, do you trust him? That's the bottom line. Everything that we're talking here at the table, I'm hearing it, I'm just gonna call it out. Either you trust him or you don't. That's just the way that works. Because the thing is, I hear what you're saying. And I have some of those same fears. And I'm sitting here wrestling with it. I'm just like, because up until 4 years ago, I don't know the sheriff as well as many of you in the county do. But I have watched him, and I've listened, I've heard different things and stuff like that. But in the end, it's like the performance is what I have to grade everything on. So I'm just like, is he gonna spend money? Yeah, he's gonna spend money. But he also spends money where he needs to spend money, and sometimes when he spends money that looks kind of weird, whatever, it's his department. So are you gonna let him have the money, let him do what he needs to do, or we're gonna micromanage him? Because if we're gonna micromanage him, it's real simple. Pass a resolution, heck, pass this one. This is the one Susan wrote. You wanna tie somebody's hand, pass this one. And I'm not saying because of Susan, because the statutes are on here. All these statutes on here definitely hamstrings a person's ability to do things.
Can we just move past the 60/40 for now and put him in his fund? Put the sheriff in his fund like what we set out to do.
So you want to give him all of it?
I just want to put the sheriff in his fund.
So you're saying that you want the original resolution written by
Bob.
Okay, so you making that as a motion?
Wait.
If the discussion's done about this.
So what happens, if he gets 100% of that money, then he spends it however he wants?
Well, the money has to be put in his budget as it is. So you would have to take 100% of that money and put it back into his budget. Yes, you would, the money from
So you're
that.
taking money out of my budget that's been approved to supplement this, to put in there?
I don't understand.
I don't understand that.
The money, if you're not doing some 60-40 split, it's just there. It's not being used, because it's not budgeted, and we're not using it to offset his budget. We're not doing anything with it right now. He would just come to the commission and say, hey, this money's here. I'd like to spend it on this.
We're just parking in his account.
It's just parked.
Well, and to me, and it might be easier for the auditors and for Susan, who actually keeps track of it, it's no different than my concealed carry account. It's no different than my registered offenders account. It's no different than my VIN account. All that money's listed separately, and you guys see what that is. And it's a cleaner thing, and you have the inmate. You'll have the inmate revenue listed as the fourth one, as what accounts that I have. And then I spend that money as I see fit, that, according to the statute. And that's the reason why I said 60-40. I'll still come up and say, hey, this is what I'm doing. I don't understand why putting it all in there. Just have it separate out, and I could spend it like my concealed carry. I write out a voucher up, targets, let it be taken out of concealed carry, item number XYZ. They know to take it out of that account. I mean, it's not.
There is a difference, because the commission cannot control his concealed carry or his VIN account.
For registered offenders.
Or registered offenders, but it can control this one.
But what he's saying, he's giving me the opportunity to, because he doesn't want to micromanage, set up the account at 60-40, let him spend what he feels that he needs. As long as he comes up and says something, I'll be more happy to come up and say it's transparency.
Why, okay, let me ask you this question. Why the emphasis on the sheriff's budget? On that portion of the budget, but there's no emphasis on landfill or road and bridge on that money? Because we don't tell them how to spend.
All that money goes directly back to their operations.
Sure.
That they make.
Sure.
And that's all I'm saying with this money, is that it would go directly back to the operations,
But what
once
I'm
we find
saying-
if it's sustainable.
What I'm saying is, in both instances, the sustainability question comes into play. Because the money you get on the landfill side, the money you get on the public works side, it goes up and down, it ebbs and flows. It's not a guaranteed $250,000 a year. It just ebbs and flows. But they spend it as they need based upon their requirements. We don't look at it, they tell us, like they did tonight, but what was the question you had? Do you have it in your budget? Yes, knock yourself out. So he's gonna come to us and
That
say,
was Public Works.
I understand that. I understand.
What's the difference?
Yeah, that's my question, what's the
The landfill
difference?
brings in income that offsets their budget, Public Works does not.
But if they don't bring in the income to offset that, then we will have to put
Backfill that
You
taxes
guys
to it.
clearly cannot see the point that I've made, so this is fine.
Commissioner Milburn, I'm trying. I'm
Okay.
trying to see your point,
Okay,
okay?
I'll try to say it one more time. Okay. If this money's sustainable, it can offset the sheriff's budget the same as what the money coming in does to the landfill. The same as what the money coming in does to EMS. That is all I'm trying to tell you. And if you spend it other ways, you will never do that. And we will never offset that budget. And if you know that and accept that, that is fine. You guys can move on to do what you want. I do not agree with it.
And may I add, with this resolution that you had, it said the public safety fund shall be funded by ad valorem property tax, associated property tax. You're saying in this resolution that under this fund, that you're gonna put tax dollars into it. That shouldn't be in there, because you're not. You're just getting revenues from the inmate housing. That's the only thing that should be in there. The grant A and C shouldn't be in there, in my opinion.
Board from a financial perspective.
hang on just a second, I'm digesting what, Murphy just said.
That's the resolution Bob wrote, is that what you're saying?
I
It's
don't know
also
which
on-
one it
it's
is.
also on
I didn't
60.
write any
Does it
of
say
these
60/40 on that one?
No,
No.
no.
That's
It's
Bob's.
this one here.
Bob's resolution. And what are you saying?
What are you saying again? B and C?
A and C shouldn't be in there, because you're setting a fund up just to collect inmate revenues.
No, that's not what this is for. This is for the fund that somebody previously set up for public safety, for your operation currently.
Okay.
That's all I was trying to do
Okay.
in the very first place. This thing
Okay.
just got really huge. So this
it's
is
all-
just to put public safety in its own fund, which is what we're already doing.
Okay.
That's all it was supposed
It
to do.
is on the 60/40 resolution, on the same
got it then.
paragraph too.
Thank you.
Right.
You're welcome.
Okay. Madam Clerk?
So the one that was presented by Bob with the inmate housing is basically saying all the money's gonna stay in that fund. You have to keep in mind, when you created the budget, you have a line item in your budget that has inmate housing. So you have to have some of that money in there, or he will not have enough money to operate for next year or this year. It has to be there. Part of it has to be there. She's asking for all of it to stay there. And if he needs it for whatever projects it might be, then he can spend it on that. But she's asking, the only reason why he's gonna have to come to you regardless, because by law, he has a budget set. So if this money goes over his budget, he collects more than what we have said he's going to collect, he's gonna have to come to you and ask for a budget amendment, and he'll have to explain himself then. That's what she's trying to say. From the 60-40%, if you put the 40% in the general fund, you have to put it in the general fund, and then if you wanna put it in a separate fund to set over here, you have to make a transfer. That's the only legal way to do it. You transfer it to an equipment fund or a capital improvement fund, either way. That's the legal way to do it. That's why I wrote this. It's more extensive, but what it does is it covers all the laws that he's already subject to. But as you would say, Mr. Tran, is that it memorializes. These are the laws, this is what it says, this is what we're abiding by, and it's no different than what he's following today. And it's just saying, it doesn't have the 60-40 in there because Mrs. Milburn had asked me to take that out. But this says, by budget law, by cash basis law, he can't overspend. He has to come to you if he's going to overspend. That's all this says. So it basically just puts it in more of a format that it's easier for people to understand that this is what the law says, this is what he has to do. But it establishes a law enforcement fund, which we do not have today legally. So I just put a little bit more to it because there are certain laws that are outside of Chapter 19, which is what counties normally follow. You have Chapter 79, you have Chapter 10, that you also have to follow. And that's where the cash and budget laws come into play. So that's all I wanted to explain.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That makes sense.
I'm sorry I couldn't articulate.
No.
Okay, so we have 3 resolutions. Is there a motion for any particular resolution? Okay. I motion that we adopt the resolution with the 60-40 split as proposed by the sheriff.
I'm not gonna waste your time. I can't second that.
And you? Nope. All right. That has died for lack of second.
I guess we're done at the table, you guys can continue on. There's no need for us to be sitting here.
I move we put law enforcement in their fund, the public safety fund, with the resolution that written by our counselor, Bob, so that our fund is legally operating as it is today.
I can't do that one either.
Okay.
All right, that one has died for lack of second.
Prior to my proposal, I don't like micromanaging people. But after listening to everybody talk, doing what they're doing, I like order. I like it when it's spelled out. So there is no misperception, okay, misunderstanding. And when the resolution is spelled out that has the KSA is written in there, because on the one hand, this one here that Bob wrote is basically a watered down version of this one that the clerk wrote. They both do the same thing, however, one is very, very specific and spells it out per the statute. So I propose that we approve this one.
A second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Aye.
Now, I hope I made the right decision on this. This is completely new to the three of us. I want to give the sheriff the money that he needs to do what he needs to do, but I want to caveat something. The chair said it, and it resonates with me, if this does not work, if it does not work, I'm definitely open to revisiting the resolution and changing it. I just want you two to understand that, so that there is no misunderstanding between the three of us. Okay?
Okay.
And somebody said this was gonna be an easy job, it's not.
It's not.
All right, next on the agenda item is KDEM FEMA requirement documents. Bob looked over them, they were fine.
He said they were foreign, actually, I believe.
Well, he did.
Did you have a chance to look over that
Do
stuff?
you-
Or we can do it
It was
next week
sent
if
to
you'd
you.
like.
Did you get a chance?
Yeah, the one that you can't discriminate against, and yes, I did read it.
It says that we have to adopt their procedures for something, though, and that's kind of what slowed me down on that. Or make our own procedure,
It's the
so.
notice of non-discrimination, just making sure that you don't discriminate whenever you're doing projects. It's just following federal guidelines.
You probably know something about that already.
What are you trying to say?
Just that you're knowledgeable on those contracts.
Yes. I think it's pretty much boilerplate, cookie cutter.
What you do need to do is identify who will take the complaints, if there are any. That's part of the documentation.
Commissioner Tran, would you like to take the complaints if they're,
I cannot.
okay? Does it have to be somebody that currently works for Bourbon County?
Yes.
Who normally? Clerk.
And then they bring it to the board.
I'd like to let it be our HR, because we are paying an HR right now.
That's plausible too. I don't have an issue with it. It's just an administrative thing. It's part of because he does take care of the, sexual harassment, all that other stuff that goes with it.
Where is
Yeah.
it to where we name that?
What page is that on, Chair?
It doesn't give a,
The one with big blue lines, it looks like Kansas Division of Emergency Management Compliant Coordinator.
Big blue lines, you talking about blocks?
This one.
I don't see where, we would need to kind of reinvent the wheel here. I mean, this is where we've been dealing with emergency management and FEMA, and, I don't see, burdening our HR with this regarding people that don't, I mean, cause it's in here, people eligible to file complaints. It isn't about our employment, it's about people getting benefits. For, says who is eligible to file a complaint, anyone who believes they've been excluded from participation and denied the benefits or otherwise subject to discrimination under any subreceipt county's emergency management program.
That's
or
his
to-
wheelhouse.
Huh?
That's his wheelhouse. I would ask that if
Human
we're signing this,
resources,
that
which deals with
Julio-
employment,
It deals with all kinds of human rights.
okay. I'd say before I would, put his name in there, I'd ask him, before I would, subject him to
Do you wanna
that.
handle that?
Yeah, I can. Well, I'll call and ask.
Can you hang on to that for another week?
So we'll bring it back, table till 10:20.
Would you like to also reach out to FEMA and let them know that that's why we're delaying it?
Was there a deadline on it?
That, that's what's holding up funding, from what I understand.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going
Well,
to.
if she gets a hold of him, or I can, because then I'll be the one that comes in and signs it anyway.
We'll just do that, make it easier.
Huh? But what if he don't wanna do it?
And I say the other part of the county that deals with FEMA documentation is Public Works.
Okay.
I would ask Mr. Allen to be the point person for, intake of complaints. Cause that's all he's doing, he's gonna take it, he's gonna intake it.
And then it's gotta be forwarded in there to the appropriate state agency.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Does this stuff have to be documented, clerk? I mean, does it have to be, do you have to have a copy of it and filed and all that stuff? Yeah, well, that puts another wicket in there. Because if that's the case, then if Dr. Cohen doesn't do it, then I would recommend putting it in the clerk's office. Because if you give it to Mr. Allen, he intakes the complaint, he's gonna have to forward a copy to the clerk, and she's.
Same way with HR.
True, that is true.
That's why I think most counties do it to the clerk. I mean, if you want to check with other counties and see.
Or the emergency preparedness person, but.
We don't
all
have that
records,
person.
Yeah, all records generally are housed, even at that point, are housed in the clerk's office for the
Right.
commission.
How many complaints have we had in the last,
Never.
for the sake of expediency? Do you have any?
I'd like to at least consult Steve.
All right.
Okay. So back to you talking to him?
Yep.
Okay. Well, I'm, okay.
With this, it's got I think you're gonna have to expedite this.
Okay.
Ma'am, because you're the one signing, right?
Right, but I don't know how who I'm gonna name, because we haven't approved it. If he says he wants to do it, is that the consensus that we're going to do that, so that he in turns then hands all the paperwork over to be filed anyway?
I have a motion that can cover all this.
Okay.
Okay. I move that we allow Chairman Bierbauer to sign if we are to name the complaint coordinator Steve Cohen, and he agrees to come in and sign off-cycle meeting.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Aye. I think it's overkill, but that's just my opinion. So, let me know, or I can call him and find out, and just come up and sign it. 'Cause I usually talk with him after every meeting anyway.
Really?
I've never wrote this many, motions were two approved and one denied.
Okay, I gotta find something to say no to.
All right, now we're new business fence viewing application. We have an application from a resident to view a fence. I believe it is in my district.
Mm-hmm.
By looking at the map. So we want to direct a time for the clerk to contact both parties that we will come out and view the fence. And visit with both both sides of the complaint. So what does your all's calendars look like?
You wanna go on a weekend?
I'm good with the weekend.
Yeah.
Saturday?
How much time, Madam Clerk, would we need to reach out to them?
I don't know that there's really a time frame. Just have to call and ask them if it works for them.
Let's push for Saturday at 10 o'clock.
When?
This
Dawn.
Saturday. Dawn?
Yeah.
Dawn. Let's go a week from this Saturday.
I will not be able to do a week from this Saturday because I have to do elections from 8 to 12. I'll also do those, yeah. 2 Saturdays in a row. I can do it
Okay.
after 12.
When's after the 4th?
After the.
I'd say, is that right, after the 4th? Okay, so let's go with the 8th of November. Snakes all be under.
At
Okay.
dawn?
Huh? Might be
dawn?
snow. At dawn?
At dawn, that'd be like,
I'd say a little later in the morning.
yeah.
Let the sun come out.
has to be an open meeting, so it can't be before noon,
Really?
my opinion.
Oh,
Michael.
before noon?
I have to get my day started very early. See, if I have to come in the middle of the day, then I can't do other things, you know?
Mr. Chairman, may I comment?
Sure.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
On fence viewing.
On fence viewing.
Okay.
So, on particularly fence viewing. My first question, I have a two-part question. Did you already hold the fence viewing?
No. We're trying to figure up a time to do the fence
No.
viewing.
Prior to this fence viewing, did you already hold a fence viewing?
No.
Did you not have one already scheduled?
We
We
tried,
didn't
but
do
they
it.
went to court. Outside of us.
They had law enforcement involvement. By council, by advice of council, we won't get involved in something that's already,
Well, okay, I would need to know that party.
huh?
I guess I'll move on because the way I understand it is you had a fence viewing scheduled. The party waited for you to come there.
I talked to that party.
No one ever came there.
Right, because I failed to advise him that we canceled the fence viewing.
I didn't know that.
Okay.
But I did talk with him about that.
And I did too.
Not a him.
Huh?
There's not a him involved in this.
And Miss Johnson?
No.
No?
Different subject, obviously. It's all.
Well, gosh.
all
We didn't
from
even
the
schedule a
subject.
different one then.
No, we've only been to one.
Yeah.
Okay.
The other one, we
We
have
only
not
had one
received an
application.
application. There's only been 2 applications filed with the clerk
Okay.
since we
I'll talk
approved
to
it.
I'll talk to the person then.
Yeah.
Since we-
Because they've been here and addressed and was denied.
Was that the very first one? That's the one what we did.
That's the one that we did.
Okay.
Canceled it.
We could talk later then.
Okay. Yeah, just
Not an
continue.
open meeting. I'll come talk to you. Because that wasn't my understanding and I'm the one that encouraged this, you know, and brought it up and said that there's precedence. But then it didn't seem like, so now I'm having to defend those actions. So that's why I'm asking if it was done. So we could talk later then.
Okay.
Thank you.
That'd be fine. All right. Thank you. So with this one, the 8th of November, are we good with that date? All right, so if you'll reach out to them and find out if they're okay with that date. And then next week, we can finalize it.
Okay.
And
Set time next
finalize
week.
whatever time that we're gonna do
You don't
it.
have to worry about me, I'm out of town that week.
Okay, so now, department updates, county clerk election schedule.
I guess this is. We have elections coming up next week, early voting starts, and in the past, I've had Mr. Neville set up the booths. They usually were set up in this room, but since we do not have cabinets out here anymore, we'll set them up in the hallway. And so I'm just asking for the use of Mr. Neville to set up the voting booths in the lobby area for the next 2 weeks. And for the use of a table right here in front of this door so that we can take names through the poll pads. In addition, allowance for the election workers to use the commission room to validate voters for early voting. And on 11/4, we would need to use, which is a Tuesday evening, use the commission room for the election judges. Our elections run from 8:30 to 4:30, 10:20 through 10:24, and 10:27 through 10:31 here in this building. And then on Saturday, 10:25 and 11:01, we will run from 8 to noon. And then on Monday, also in this room, we'll run from 8:30 to 12, but we will be out of this room by noon on Monday. And then on Tuesday, Election Day, the residents have been shown where their voting places will be, and so those will be at the voting polls. So I'm just asking for the use of Mr. Neville to help me set up for that and to use this room for those 2 weeks.
I talked to David and he said that he's helped every year and he don't mind helping, but he can't do it by himself. He'll need help from your office lifting some of the things, just because his person is on vacation.
Okay,
So he'll need help.
Is there, can we use somebody from Public Works to maybe do that?
Yeah.
Just
Liaison,
one individual?
liaison.
I would have to ask for volunteers.
Okay. They'll need it this Friday, I believe.
Is it this
Starting this
Friday?
Friday, yeah.
Yeah, we'll need to get it up this Friday because early voting starts on Monday.
Yep.
So how long would you need this individual for?
It didn't take very long to set it up.
1 hour, 2 hour,
1
3
hour,
hour?
not even an hour, probably 30 minutes.
1 hour, starting what time?
8:30 on Friday, would be fine.
That's the only day that you need that?
I just need help with that, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find volunteers to help with getting our election equipment to the polling places because on the Monday before, I have to deliver all of the equipment and then I have to set up at the polling places, I have to set up all the election equipment and then the day after I have to go out and bring them all back, so.
We're talking Friday the 17th, right? This coming Friday.
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's correct.
So I have 1 hour at 8:30 on Friday, 17th.
And then what was the other times? I mean, because what if you
They're
don't
on
get
the list.
volunteers?
They're on.
On Mondays, and it'd be the Monday before the election and the Wednesday after. I have to go pick up all the, we've always used the emergency management box trailer in case it's raining. So I'm just looking for somebody that has a box trailer.
How about,
We don't have an emergency management box trailer anymore,
We do.
Yeah, and we have the van.
so you can
Right.
use that
Don't-
box
didn't-
trailer still?
Okay, but I mean, to pull the trailer, or do they?
Would you like to use the
Okay, who do they pull
emergency
the trailer?
management box trailer?
I'm sorry?
Who pulls the trailer?
Usually Public Works, but I feel like
Okay.
that there was a problem with that, so I was trying to find a volunteer.
We just want it to come before us, like what Mr. Tran's doing.
What
to
you're
ask
doing right
them.
now is what
Yeah.
we've been asking
Yep.
And
for.
that's what we've done every year.
okay, so how about I do this? I'll talk to Mr. Allen tomorrow. We'll ask for one volunteer and Mr. Allen will work it out with you and your schedule, okay?
And
That's
Mr.
what
Neville.
That's
And
generally
Mr.
what we've
Neville.
done in the past.
Is that fine?
Yeah, the
Okay.
only
And they
thing
need a
that we've
truck.
added is that we're in the loop now, so.
Right, well,
great.
what I'm saying is Mr. Allen can talk to the clerk.
And get them what they need.
Yes,
Yeah,
so if
okay.
he needs to bring a truck.
That's all, that's all I was trying to do was just
Okay.
so that we can coordinate so that if she don't get volunteers, we gotta still get that equipment out there, so.
So I move that we allow Mr. Neville and Public Works on a volunteer basis to help the clerk with election. Obviously, they still get paid. I just mean whichever one volunteers to do it.
Yeah, do we need to
Do I have to
vote
do
on
work
that?
orders? Because I was told I had to do work orders.
By whom?
That's what I was told by Dustin. But he wasn't aware of the work orders either, so I just need to know, if there's a work order system, I need to know what that work
If there
order
is, I
system
mean, I can understand why he
I've
would,
not
why he
heard.
would ask for that, because he
Yeah.
needs to be able to track man hours. So, I mean,
We just have never done it in the past, so
Right.
this is all new.
right, so, let me talk to Dustin, and
Okay.
we'll go from there.
Usually when
Or
we took the
Alan.
trailer, they had 2 people because that equipment is very heavy. It's not something that 2 women can pick up and move and whatever, so we've always had 2 men that pick it and they just follow us around to all the different polling places.
Okay,
So,
all right, I'll reach out to him in the morning.
okay, I appreciate it, thank you.
All right. Now, building the agenda for next week. The 20th. We have
108 West Second,
Yep,
Bitcoin,
yep,
Gov Deals,
yep,
the Covert,
yep.
and FEMA.
Yeah. And then if we want to talk about the, I guess, noise and the moratorium goes with the Bitcoin, but then
Well,
we need.
I think that should be a
That's the Bitcoin
different,
mining.
huh?
That's part of the Bitcoin money.
Yeah, that's
Right.
fine. And so then
Okay.
we need the tech discussion on there,
Right,
the meeting resolution on there,
Right.
And the fence viewing time on there.
Yep,
That's what I have.
okay. I would like to add, a separate deal for introduction to a noise resolution discussion.
Okay.
And I would also like to add as part of the IT discussion, or at least maybe separate to it, but I think it's time that we start looking at what we're gonna do permanent, not on a temporary basis. When does that
We've already done
expire?
that. We did managed services a couple months ago.
We hired Stronghold?
We're under managed services. That's why there's no charge to the
I
things
thought we
that are
were only
going
doing
under.
them for projects.
We did a project and a managed services.
Okay.
The only thing that we're lacking that we didn't talk to Jason about was a body in the building. That was the only thing.
That was an option.
And just for
Okay,
clarity.
but I must have misunderstood what we were talking, I thought it was just about the project. So I didn't see that we were hiring them on a permanent basis.
And for
So
clarification,
so we do have a problem regarding, and all, because it discusses non-elected personnel, we'll have to set up a executive session for non-elected personnel next week also.
Okay.
can I have,
Non-elected personnel that connects to RT?
Mm-hmm.
You want to just amend and add right now?
We
what,
can
you want an
amend,
executive
yeah, if you
session?
guys wanna,
Yeah.
it'd be real quick, I wouldn't be.
Yeah.
I don't care. Can you add SOP to that, please?
SOP for what?
That's, well, we're gonna talk about SOP, standard operating procedures.
Okay,
for
just in
public
general?
works. Yeah, because
Okay.
I need to pull that out of the dustbin.
And then one more thing before we move on down, I need to add sanitation, upgrading the current code, and also discussion of the ongoing sewer issue that I thought was handled, has not been handled.
You have sanitation work session in a future meeting, so do you?
Okay, do we have that?
Yeah.
Okay, so then just add this residential complaint, ongoing sewer issue.
Just in future?
Huh?
In future or for next week?
Right now, for next week.
Okay.
Yeah. We need to be starting to do something on, I mean, I thought we had KDHE there, and I thought we had the issue resolved, and I'll talk to the resident, and if we want to release names, we'll do that, but
Will you present it to Bob too, just to see if he thinks there's a problem with
Yeah.
whatever we currently have? I thought that that was resolved as well. I thought,
it's not,
okay.
so.
This is, just for in all fairness now, it's like, wow, that's a quagmire. No pun intended, but that's a quagmire.
Why is that?
Quagmire?
Because the thing is, like, you're gonna get involved, in something that came out of litigation.
No,
No?
no, never been to court.
Okay. It goes back to the whole noise ordinance thing, you know, we gotta make sure that all of our ducks in a row.
Yeah.
That's the biggest thing.
Yeah,
Like,
Yeah.
I wanna do what's right for the county, but I definitely wanna do it by the book.
yep,
Make sense?
Well, and I don't know that there's any book on this,
Well, there's a book,
yep.
yeah, but,
so.
and I say hold off on the executive session until next week.
You sure?
Yes, I'm sure. It's not going anywhere, and it's not gonna do anything, so, and we'd already approved them, so I don't think this'll change it. It might, but I don't think it will.
Inquiring minds wanna know.
Yeah, we really
Yeah.
do kind of want to know, especially if it's 5 minutes.
All right, well, okay, so I think it's
We need to amend,
crazy.
right?
Yeah. I move that we amend the agenda to include an executive session pursuant to KSA 75-4319B1 to discuss personnel matters of an individual, non-elected personnel to protect their privacy. This will be for 5 minutes,
Second.
and we will return here at 9:34 to these chambers.
And you're including,
Huh?
and who are you including?
3 commissioners.
I think it's 30.
Yeah, the 3 including the 3 commissioners, sorry. Has that been seconded?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye. I'm just.
They did.
They sure did.
Say what?
Didn't they amend the agenda first? Yeah, that's what I thought.
But don't they have to then move to go to executive session?
Which they did.
That's just adding it to the agenda, right?
Yeah, it is.
You wouldn't have that FEMA money for you.
Well, they directly violated all of the guidance of KPC anyway, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to know who's going to go to KU and take the Robert's Rule of Order class.
Yeah.
Because I think that's at least 2 semesters.
It's 2 semesters long.
Somebody needs
And it ain't easy.
It is easy. I've got the book.
You know, I don't understand this, you know?
Okay.
I was the commander of this VFW first, I don't know how many years it was, but we never had any of this problem. You just said, and I did in other organizations and been the chairman, and we followed the Robert Rule of Order. People are adults, you take care of it.
Well, the KAC recommends a Rosenberg Rules of Order, which is about that.
It's a condensed version.
Very condensed. And I had copies of it here, and I still have copies of it at home.
My wife, she, by default, became president of the Bourbon County. And I was supposed to be president, but unfortunately, I got sent to Korea. But I come back, she's president. Well, she got it all straightened out in her year's worth of duty. And I come around the next year, so they voted her out. But she was gracious enough to be the vice president. And I became the treasurer.
That's why these solutions were here.
Yes.
Okay. Just making sure.
But it was a thankless job for the
Okay.
lieutenant.
Well,
And I felt
They'll chase
terrible
them out
calling
there
her
and
and
say,
saying,
call his mom and dad.
"Hey,
Yeah, they had good money.
I just went out of bed.
They had about $5,000 damage. But I'm gonna tell you, it was worth every penny to see those kids. I wore my dress blues and escorted my daughter to her homecoming queen. And I was in the court, except for the last year, and I had a young man did it, it's like a picture called, and took pictures of
Yes.
senior year.
And she should.
But the thing is, she did become.
I mean, what you gotta do.
That's what you're supposed to do when we're out. You are
But
supposed to
it
work.
wasn't without controversy. It hit the
It's 2 separate things.
and national news was calling us, and I said, I want
It's
to
no
be part of
different
that.
than,
I went to the superintendent finally, and
it's no different
he
than.
named the one that didn't get it, so they had 2, but she got one.
Oh, my goodness. Never a dull moment with you.
Never.
We got 1 minute, 15 seconds.
I'm going to turn this off to save the battery.
Thank you.
It's David's signature needed, right? Neville? Says David in.
Yep.
I don't even know.
I didn't see what it was.
Yeah. I didn't either.
Hey. Because it was a deadline, right?
Yeah, yesterday was.
Okay, so I was like, man, did I mess up?
That requires my signature too.
Yes.
14th, today the 14th?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, today was the, oh, you're saying yesterday because it's after 6. Okay, gotcha.
It's way past my bedtime.
Yeah.
When are we supposed to come back? 9:30?
33?
We're doing 33.
34 is what you had, 34.
34? Yeah. I rounded up.
You may have to get a roll bag.
Yes. This binder is heavy. This one is heavy.
Oh, you had that book to it, we didn't have your.
Yeah. I voted no.
Huh?
Okay, you can return now.
You didn't sign?
Oh, my goodness.
Remember, I said no until he changed the procedure.
Change the what? This isn't the minutes, this is the accounts payable that we approved.
I don't think I said yes.
What was the vote on the accounts payable?
It was 2 to 1.
2 to 1?
Yep.
All right, then I guess.
Peer pressure. Try to.
Sorry.
Thank you, Michael.
I have it recorded here, but don't want to take the clerk's job.
I think she has it recorded too. If we can just get the agenda on an automated deal, we'd be in great shape.
Just
We're
stay on.
a whole minute past resuming the session. May we resume?
Huh? Are we ready?
Yeah.
Okay, so we return to session, no action.
Second.
All those approved?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so we got the agenda built. Commissioner comments?
None.
Sure. This evening, I'd like to take a moment to address some recent public concerns regarding a special executive session. I understand that many people feel frustration and a lack of trust in government, and that distrust is often well-earned by those in power. However, I want to make it clear, this commission is not that government. We are committed to transparency whenever it is possible. Our goal is to earn and keep the trust of the people of Bourbon County. That said, there are times when we legally are unable to share certain information. Please understand that Bourbon County is currently involved in several lawsuits. And in these cases, full disclosure could put the county at legal financial risk. We accept that such decisions may invite public scrutiny, and we will bear that burden, but we do so with the purpose of protecting the interests of Bourbon County and its taxpayers. This commission is also committed to rebuilding trust in the people who have been selected to lead, to restore faith in public service, one decision at a time. Citizens of Bourbon County, thank you.
Thank you. Well said. Okay, I move that we adjourn the meeting.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Why did you keep looking at me as if I was the complainant? I was not a complainant.
I know you weren't.
I was the one that tried to clarify it.